Respected keynote speaker, please confirm whether I am audible or not.
Yeah, I can hear you. I think I can hear you.
Good. On behalf of the Department of English, Central University of Punjab, I welcome you all, those who are sitting in the seminar hall and those who have joined us online, to this second day of the two-day international conference on nation and narration. Yesterday, we had a very fruitful day in which we started with the guest speaker who explained the idea, especially the textual idea of nation and narration, Professor Martin Pachner, in great length, and we had a great interaction, followed by three technical sessions in which delegates from not just India, but elsewhere as well, from other countries also, they presented papers, and there were many thought-provoking questions, followed by discussions, and we had a very successful day one of this conference. We hope that this day would also be very successful. In the first session of this day, we will be graced by Professor Dhananjay Singh, whose bio note I will share with you in a bit. Uh, 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 our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor R.P. Tiwari, would be delivering the presidential address. We are also accompanied by our Dean Research, Professor Anjana Munshi. Thank you, ma'am, for managing time. Before I start the day, though Professor Dhananjay Singh didn't want you to know about it, but I think there's a lesson for everyone, each and every one of us, especially in academics. So I would share with you his personal circumstances and the way he has overcome those circumstances to honor his academic commitment today. He was in Lucknow with his family for a couple of days, and when he came back to Delhi, his valuables were stolen from his house, and almost everything, including his wife's jewelry and the entire house, was in a way kind of torn down. And he is still dealing with this trauma. Despite that, uh, he's honored his commitment, as I said, and he's with us to deliver this lecture. And I express my gratitude on behalf of the department, which has organized this conference, that Professor Dhananjay Singh is with us, even in these great difficulties. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. I would like to share Professor Dhananjay Singh's bio note with you, and today's topic on which he is going to deliver his keynote speech. Professor Dhananjay Singh is professor and chairperson at the Center of English Studies and Associate Dean, School of Language, Literature and Culture Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, where he teaches courses on comparative poetics, Indian aesthetics, Indian philosophy of language and theatre, South Asian fiction, and modern Irish literature. He has published research articles and essays in these areas. He is the author of Fables in the Indian Narrative Tradition, an analytic study published in 2011, and The Poetics of Theatre in Early India, published in 2021. He was visiting professor at University of Bergamo, Italy in 2014, international visiting fellow at Grinnell College, Grinnell, Iowa, USA in 2015, and visiting research fellow at Trinity Long Room Hub, Trinity College, Dublin in 2017. For his research on CMS, Kenny and Buddhist epistemology in a comparative framework, he was awarded research secondment by the European Union's Marie Curie International Research Exchange Scheme to the project Social Performance, Cultural Trauma, and Re-establishing Solid Sovereignties, Spectres, at Trinity College Dublin in May to July 2017. Professor Singh's poems have appeared in literary journals News India and South Asian Ensemble. His debut short story, The Train and the Tunnel, was published in the Bombay Review in August 2020. Today, As yesterday we were enlightened by Professor Martin Pachner on the Western tradition, narrative tradition on nation and narration, I think today it would be complemented by Professor Dhananjay Singh when we will talk about the Indian side of nation and narration. So his topic for today's keynote speech is Nation as Darshan in Thought and Literature. I invite our honorable, our respected keynote speaker, Professor Dhananjay Singh, to deliver today's keynote speech. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prithviraj ji, for this wonderful introduction. Not so well deserved, it reads well in paper, but thank you. And yeah, in the sense that perhaps not the right frame of mind because of something that happened yesterday. But yes, but then I'm glad, and this is a great opportunity for to be here to kind of share my ideas and share my thoughts. Honorable Vice Chancellor of the university, just give me a second, please. I just take a. Just give me 1 second. Yeah. Yes, so I'm really sorry for this. Not in a frame of mind, but so Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University, Honorable Professor Raghavendra P. Tiwari ji, Dr. Prithviraj, Dr. Vipin Pal Singh, Dr. Ahmed, all the colleagues in the department, the university, the dean, teachers, students, everyone. As I said, it's a huge privilege. I consider it as a huge privilege to be able to share my my thoughts on this very important subject today and this wonderful conference. I congratulate the department and the university for this. And as I said, all are teachers, and we all are very honest about it. We all of us take our classes very seriously, and there's a lot of mental involvement before we go on and speak. Unfortunately, that has not happened today. But obviously, I like to share again to reiterate my ideas on nation and nationalism and literature in India. And also, I also touch upon Ireland a bit, to have a kind of a comparative sort of framework of the South and the North as such. What is normally today in today's term, obviously termed as the global South and the global North. And I'll make basic paradigm of the talk. Of course, is this comparativist method actually. My point, my fundamental point is this, that can nations be imagined within quote in terms of territorial space? Are not nations within? Don't we carry nations within? So the first fundamental point that I want to posit, of course, is the nation and the idea of self. The title of the topic, as Dr. Raj has stated, is Nation as Darshan. And I'm using the word darshan from Raja Rao's 1996 nonfiction, The Meaning of India, from which I'm going to read a text, a passage later on. I'm also using darshan in the context of Indian theory of performance. That is my basic area, obviously, from the Natya Shastra. I'm going to refer to Bharata's Natya Shastra. I'm going to refer to Rajshekhar's Kamimamsa, to sort of kind of interrogate this idea that nation was a post-colonial construct, a construct of the British as such. So there was no idea. We were made into a nation somehow by colonialism and what happened in the aftermath of it. Did Indians think themselves as a sort of a community? In what sense? This whole idea of self is important. So I'll refer to these. I'll also refer to the fact, the role of literature in the experience of the nation as such. In the experience of the nation, in that context, I will also talk about some of the transnational interests in literature. how it is different in India compared to how it is outside, and my primary example would be Ireland. So this is what is a broad, so to say, world of my deliberations today, and I'll try to do as good as I can in the present mental circumstances. So when we talk of nation or any category, let me borrow a philosophical category. Usually, in philosophy, which of course percolates to our understanding of the world. We understand world in an experiential moment. We understand world in a theoretical moment in terms of our understanding of substance and attribute. Substance and attribute. And then we make system. Now, generally, of course, the lived experience is based on attribute. I think all of us know in literature, obviously, all our categories are substantive categories, basically. So in terms of nation, right, is there a substance of a nation, and there are attributes, and there are attributes? That is the fundamental point that I'm going to start with. And there's a system, obviously. Is it possible to experience that system, the tattva as such, tattva of the nation? Is there a relationship between this tattva of the nation and the way self has been thought about in India? For an Indian idea of self, and it is very crucial to me, the idea of self is extremely crucial to me because an idea of experience is crucial to me. I do not see nation, I do not understand nation primarily in terms of the way, in terms of the way it can be defined in external, with external reference, right? My understanding of nation is in a way the self experiences it, right? And there are, of course, connections and interconnections. That is a fundamental point that I want to begin my talk with. So, substance and quality, obviously, which has been thought about in various Indian discourses, in Indian philosophies. If there are questions, obviously, I'll take later on. If I can name some of the philosophers, like philosopher of language, for instance, Bhartrhari, of course, 6th century. I'm going back to pre-modern time because I want to contest this very idea that the nation comes into being with colonialism. That idea I want to context. Second, I want to also connect here, right? Let me connect here itself. This idea of, if you want to call it a kind of a remembering the nation rather than imagining the nation, let's say, right? I see a deep connect between this act to the diasporic kind of act of imagining the nation, right? So let's say if you talk of Vijay Mishra's book on the diaspora, the literature of Indian diaspora, his idea of the diasporic imaginary, this is very crucial to me because in his idea of diasporic imaginary, he is he's responding to Anderson's notion of nation as such, and he's connecting with Lacan. And then he's also referring to Zizek. I'll come to it later on. If I forget, then some students can ask me questions, and then I'll come to that. So primarily, what I'm trying to say here is this: that and when I name Bhartrhari was a language philosopher. Some of you might know about him, the 6th century philosopher of language. If you're doing Saussure's structuralism, I'm sure you might have heard of it. If not, then it's a serious academic flaw and smacks of deep Eurocentrism. Because Ferdinand de Saussure, as all of you know, he was professor of Sanskrit. His PhD was in the genitive case in Sanskrit. And all that you have, the concept in Saussure's structuralism, Lang, Perol, etc., signified, sign, and all that goes back to Bhartrhari. Obviously, we can't claim that I'm just, without any claim, I'm saying this because he was a professor of the subject, obviously. Bhartrhari's, so why I'm quoting Bhartrhari's idea of substance and attribute again, right? And the idea of self is extremely important too. I'm reiterating this, and because I want to draw an argument from there. The argument that I want to draw from there is this, that can something, an entity, right? An entity, a concept is always abstract, basically, right? Therefore, can something, we presume it is an entity which is invisible, therefore, right? Can it be a ground of experience? So the whole idea, you can't see the nation, obviously, you can't perceive the nation, you can't meet everybody in the nation as Anderson has taught us, right? Does that mean that we can discount it, right? Because if we do that, then there is no self. There is no self, right? So, well, there is a lot of argument about against the self also. We are also, I mean, and that would lead into a discussion and debate, obviously. For an Indian idea of self, obviously, we have to go back and go back quite a lot, cover quite a lot of distance. And the Indian idea of self is not the Descartesian idea of self, the Descartesian dualism, of course. This whole entire, basis of modernity to teaching us, obviously, that what is self, the division between mind and matter as such. Well, human mind itself, and I'm distracting here, I'll come back fast. Human mind in Indian thought is itself a part of the body. If you look at, especially Buddhist, and even if you look at other philosophies, so mind-matter duality does not work here. It's a self-matter duality that is at work in Indian thought. I'll not spend much time here. I'll come back to nation, but this is important for me. In Chandogya Upanishad, there is, these early Indian narratives, they're about basically legends. And they have legends and narratives. And narratives work as epistemology in India. It's a different tradition, oral tradition, not because there's no writing, but it's an alternative tradition for knowledge creation, knowledge reception, and knowledge dissemination. They're different tradition. Word sound is extremely important here. We're again going back to sound, of course, post Derrida. But the point that I'm trying to say here is this, that in Chandogya Upanishad, there is a question, what is self? Of course, Indra and Virochan, these are two figures. They go to Prajapati, who's created the world. For our idea of self, that's the beginning. And in Chandogya Upanishad, of course, they go to Indra. And my colleagues from the Sanskrit department, of course, who do better, they go to Indra, they say, well, we want to know what is self. What is self? And as any good teacher, of course, also it's a good text for pedagogy, basically. Any good teacher would, of course, ask a student to go to library and would do some sort of a preliminary research, think about it, read, and then come back. And come back and read to that extent that will make you think further in different directions. Now, obviously, so Prajapati tells both Indra and Virochan, obviously, that you go for 32 years. You study for 32 years, meditate for 32 years, and come back. That's a long time, obviously. But then these are all kind of, these narratives are meant, they use exaggeration as a method. Why? There can be different talk for this, because it is very, and the exaggerations are epistemologically quite a convincing kind of thing to have. But anyway, so they go back, and the first thought that comes obviously is that self is that which you see in another person's eye, or in a mirror, or a body of art. In other words, the waking body is a self. Obviously, that's the first thing. They come back. And then they tell Prajapati, of course, this is what is self. Self is a wakeful state. Is a body, is a self. The one that I see in the mirror, in another's eye, or in a body of water. But of course, then Indra starts thinking that a self, when the body is diseased, the self is not diseased. If I decorate the body, the self is not decorated. That is, the body cannot be the self. He said, no, there's a problem, boss. He comes to Prajapati. Then he said, okay, then think more. And there is perhaps the origin of Indian idea of the mind. He says that self is a dreaming subject. Self is that which I see in the dream. And that dreaming subject is not affected by the disease of the body. But he says that the self is inconstant. In the dream, the self is inconstant. It's here and there. It can run here and there. Therefore, that cannot be the self. There, of course, I'm cutting it short. There's further discussion. There's a further reflection. This is all right. Self, perhaps, is that state. Is that entity in the deep, dreamless sleep. That's what is self. Now we all experience deep, dreamless sleep, and it's abstract because that self in a deep, dreamless sleep cannot will, cannot feel, cannot know. This is that how can the self be the one who does not know, who does not will, who does not feel? That's the question that he asked to Prajapati. And then obviously the response is this: yes, now you are prepared for discussion with the teacher. Let us discuss. And the discussion is this: that a self is the self does not depend upon any of these actually, neither on the body nor on the dream as such, right? Isn't it? Whatever subjects we create in the dream, not in that an abstract state of meditation, let's say, that could be compared to deep dreamless sleep. But the self is ground of all this. The question that Descartes says, I think, therefore I am, right? I think, therefore I am, is not a new question. And it's what colonialism, what has colonialism done? Colonialism has not only introduced a language that I'm speaking right now, and a language that you're listening to right now, hearing right now. Colonialism has introduced concepts, ideas, binaries, distinctions. For instance, myth and history is a distinction, and we have been rapidly, struggling with this. This is myth, this is history, that is myth, this is, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter whether people live by it. The question itself is an absurd question, but but this is what colonialism has given us. We have taken it verbatim. We've taken it given. The distinction between classical and folk. For a long time, when I was a student, there was and I'm still a student, but when I was formerly a student, this whole idea of palace paradigm was created by a very respected professor. I respect him. But palace paradigm, literature's epics are, created in the palace. Boss, there's a lot of folk in Mahabharata. There's a lot of folk in Mahabharata. Textual tradition in India is not a closed system. It continues. Different Mahabharatas today, different Ramayanas today. I'll come to this point later, how literature is crucial to that. So for us, I think the point what I was trying to say was something else, which I've just, the mind has just leaped from there. I think there's something else I was trying to connect. But anyway, to let me come back so that I can have it again. So our idea of the self as such is not Descartesian idea of the self. Our idea of the self is this, that there is, the self exists. Yes, I got the question. So in Descartes, the discourse and method, all of us know, of course, right? The cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. The fact that I'm thinking, the fact that I'm questioning is a ground that I exist. And therefore I think, therefore I am. Is Chandogya Upanishad. That is the first time the statement comes, that the fact that you are thinking, conceptualizing, means that there is a self that exists. And again, if you, I'll just take one detour and come back to my point quickly, of course. Come back to my main line of argument quickly. And this whole idea that I am whereas think not. Of course, we know what I'm talking about, Laka and all that. In Buddhist, the philosophy, Nagarjuna is the first one, right? First century CE, Mool Madhyam Karika, critiquing the idea of bhava with bhava is what we get there. But let me come to this. This is the first point that I seek to establish, of course, is this. And then let me go to Anderson. Let me read a passage from Anderson, which all of us have read. And then let me read a passage from Raja Rao and then take it further from here. Now, Anderson, and of course, all of us know this book, 1983. And also, it's a good point to talk about today, because the whole idea of nation built upon one language, one ethnicity, right? So critiquing that nation in Europe as such, because this whole idea that nation evolves out of this idea of one language, one ethnicity, this gets to be subverted by what's happening in Ukraine today, where there is a kind of emergence of so-called European nationalism. I was in an event the other day in the Irish embassy, and the minister from Ireland of Trade, who was in India, of course, sometime back on St. Patrick's Day, 17th of March, said that as an Irish and as a European. So this whole idea of one nation based on ethnicity or language, it gets falsified by what's happening in contemporary history right now, right today, actually. Now, so let me go back to Anderson and read a passage, because this is crucial to what I do from here. This is what he says. We all know. An imagined political community, nation as an imagined political community, and imagined as both inherently limited and sovereign. It is imagined because the members of even the smallest nation will never know most of their fellow members, meet them, or even hear of them. Yet in the minds of each lives the image of their communion. The nation is imagined as limited because even in the largest of them, encompassing perhaps a billion living human beings, has finite, if elastic, boundaries beyond which lie other nations. No nations imagine itself coterminous with mankind. Finally, it is imagined as a community because regardless of the actual inequality and exploitation that may occur in it, the nation is always conceived as a deep, horizontal comradeship. So the key term in Anderson, as all of know, are imagined, limited, obviously, and horizontal comradeship, obviously, used. And this is what is, to me, this is irrelevant to Indian realities. Because when I say India as a darshan, India here is not imagined, but seen and perceived as such. I may be making a counter claim, you might say, think that I'm talking about self as such, and that I'm saying seen and perceived. In Bharata's Natya Shastra, which is not only a philosophy of theatre, it's a philosophy of self as well. And there are other concepts which I'm going to use. There are two terms, vibhava and rasa. And Natya and performance is about experience as such. When I say seen and perceived, I mean vibhavas, obviously, experiences as such, culture, because you have this whole, the idea of culture is crucial. All cultural performances are not simply performances which are specifically for entertainment. We are performing all the time. The living realities are the vibhavas as such, seen and perceived. But this is what evokes the rasa of the nation, which of course Raja Rao also talks about. I'll go to Raja Rao in some time from now. So for me, therefore, Anderson's Anderson's entire thesis, which is based on these words, imagined, limited, horizontal comradeship. Rather, we have vertical comradeship. Therefore, Mahabharata in different communities is still quite extant. Why is quite extant? And it has a certain role. All these texts in the Indian tradition, they're not ancient texts or classical texts. They're performative texts. They're different. Even the written versions, they're versions, right? So rather than horizontal comradeship, what we have in India is a vertical comradeship, of course, across time. Time is important in India's idea of nation, rather than space, rather than territory. This whole nation of territory and national boundaries is again kind of, so to say, not determinant, not the determinant for us to think about the nation. Now let me go to Raja Rao and read a passage from his 1996 book. The Meaning of India, obviously a non-fiction book. And then I'll quote Raja Rao again in contrast to James Joyce. That's the second point I'm going to make before I move further. And before that, I'll make another point. This is what Raja Rao says in his 1996 book, as I said. If there were no India with the seven seas to the south and the white swan Himalaya to the north, if India did not have the holy Ganga and the Cape of Virgin Goddess, Kanyakumari, if India were not the land of the elephant and the monkey world, of the parakeets and peacocks, of the saintly cobra, if India did not have the diamonds of Golconda and the pearls of Coromandel, If India were not the land of sadhus, etc., of course. He says, India is not a country, it's a perspective darshan. It is not a climate but mood, rasa, in a play of the absolute. It is not the Indian who makes India, but India who makes the Indian. And this India is in all. It is at the center of awareness, wherein oneself dips again and again into the hearth of Agni as a sacrifice is made. Now, the three terms, key terms in Rajarao, in contrast, are darshan, obviously, rasa, and vidhi, which is means sacrifice. In other words, what it can be interpreted, and as Ananda Kumar Swami interprets it, of course, vidhi is this perfect performance of our tasks, where whatever they may be, is itself the celebration of the right, is itself the celebration of India. So India, for me, therefore, is not an idea, therefore, is a darshan. It's paradoxical, of course, to make a statement. And I reiterate this, I'm making this through a connection, obviously, between how in aesthetics, bhava is put alongside rasa, of course. Darshan is vibhava, of course, and rasa is experience. After all, nation is an experience. Now, before I move further, because here Rajarao makes some of the references, and I began by saying that are there references in India, in Indian literature, of course, about this country of ours, of course. And in whatever limited knowledge I have, for the first time, the first reference, of course, is in Bharata's Natya Shastra. And when I borrow this idea, I connect this idea in an important paradigm that we all of us talk about today, the relationship between the local and the national, and the local and the global. Right? These three connections I'm going to make over here through literature. Bharata's in the Natya Shastra uses three concepts which are important: pravritti, riti, and vritti. These are three concepts he uses. And pravritti, when he talks about pravritti primarily means regional performances, regional variations, right? Regional variations of a main performance, let's say. That's what it is. And there are four pravrittis. And he divides the country, Bharata, Natya Shastra, in four zones, basically, right? North, east, south, and west, right? And quite geographical. There are geographical divisions, obviously. This is what he calls pravritti. Now, pravritti is a concept which comes from philosophy. The oppositional term, of course, is nirvritti. And pravritti is also a term in the philosophy of language, and the philosophy of being. Philosophically, by pravritti, what we mean is this: that inherent tendency in a word or an object to produce meaning or action, or to move the actant rather, or the human individual towards, or to create an inclination in an individual to act. That's what is pravritti. So pravritti is primarily local. An object, let me repeat, in language philosophy, by pravritti we mean inherent tendency in a word or an object to produce meaning or effect, or to create an effect in an actant, create an inclination towards him or her towards action. This is what it is. From there, it comes into aesthetics. In aesthetics, it is, of course, that a regional culture, specific culture, local people, the inherent cultural, social tendencies in people to produce meanings. That's what is pravritti. And in Natya Shastra, different regions and different pravrittis are being talked about. I'm sorry. Rajshekhar in 10th century is a poet, and his wife was a poetess, obviously. And there he develops this idea of pravritti into a theory of poetry. And again, he uses legends. Obviously, the third chapter is about Kavya Purush, Utpatti, of course. And there, this whole, the Kavya Purush, of course, that symbolizes literature as such, goes around the country. Now, what he does what Rajshekhar does in this 10th century text is important. That more than Bharata, of course, what he does is this, that he carefully details the language. The language, for instance, like samas, for instance, arrangement of sounds among words, among letters, compounding of words as such, how they vary from one region to another. So Kavya Purush, of course, would go to East India, Malda, Bengal, Bihar, Magad, and all. Thereafter it goes to the north, right up to Panchal, obviously, then to the west. And when he goes to the west, he says that there is a commingling of the features of literature and culture of west and the south. And then he comes to south, detailed descriptions about the dresses of the women from Kerala and the flowers and all that they tie in their hair and all that. Speeches uses pravritti and then vritti. Vritti is style of literature, or the styles of literature. Vritti is how you arrange the words and sounds, basically. Vaman defines vritti as visist pravritti, vritti, and riti. Riti as visist padrachna riti. That's what it is. So, riti is the arrangement of sounds, of course. Vritti has different notions, which I don't have time to go here, but primarily it's human behavior. Primarily it is human behavior, which becomes a social behavior. So here I would like to finish this point as to the antecedents, so to say, of this whole idea of nation, if at all we are interested in having a kind of a geographical understanding, geographical, cultural understanding of nation. But again, for us, for me especially, this whole idea of nation as something which is let's say beyond articulation in logic and language, in frameworks of logic and language, but to be there, to be felt. That is what is crucial to me. Now, in context of, if in another country, let's say Ireland, a similar situation. Ireland is the country that was first colonized, first of the colonies of the British Empire, right in the 12th century, Henry II sets his foot in Ireland, 1169-70. That's the time that Ireland is colonized. Almost 800 years of colonization. Language is completely wiped out in 19th century. Completely wiped out. Irish is not a language. Irish is the minority language in Ireland. The religious kind of persecution. Protestants brought from England, from Scotland, as settlers, given lands, obviously, poor Irish Catholic farmers, driven to hills and driven to, and it comes as an irony for us to seek UK intervention, US intervention in the problems that we have in India. People who have wiped out entire community and languages, Native Americans, Native Canadians, local Irish in Ireland, taken the land. So here is a country from the global north. Now, in Ireland's idea of nation, and they're more so, similarly as in India, literature was so crucial to it. The big debate in 20th century, not 20th century, right from mid-19th century. This idea of nation and religion and literature and kind of language. And the two great figures of the time, obviously, W.B. Yeats and James Joyce, they were agreed. In fact, Irish were quite people who are pretty much like us in that sense. I mean, I'm not making sweeping generalization, but to risk that for a moment. And so they love to disagree. Oscar Wilde, of course, is a statement that no two Irish agrees. And therefore, Irish National Theatre is the creation of people who chose to live in the same city and disagree for all their lives. Now, same as W.B. Yeats's investment, I'm sure I'm not exceeding that. Do I have 10 more minutes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah. So, W.B. Yeats's idea of nation, and this whole idea of nation of the Irish National Theatre, right? Of a nation that of a nation that is primarily based in an ancient past, which kind of wipes off the colonial history in the sense of in an understanding of what Ireland is. James Joyce is extremely critical of it. Obviously, he left Ireland because he and Samuel Beckett, all of us know. And for James Joyce, colonialism had done the irreversible damage to Irish psyche, and there's therefore nothing in Ireland. And a famous, of course, statement of Stephen Dedulus from the Portrait of Artist and the Young Man, that you will fly through the nets of language, nation, and religion, obviously, into a kind of a free sphere that and create a nation, an artist nation. Again, therefore, art is crucial again there, even though he may have differences with W.B. Yeats. Now, compare this with Raja Rao again. His preface to Kanthapura as such, right? Not in terms of time, not much of a difference, 25 years of a difference, obviously. And in Raja Rao's Kanthapura, for me, the foreword is extremely important. Both Rao and Joyce are attempting to do a certain violence with the English language, right? And the two ways in which you can create, Joyce is of course a model for many writers, obviously, all of us know, even in Ireland, people like Srinivasini and contemporary writers, obviously, is this that without giving up a language, how can you use a language to to critique itself, not colonialism, but to critique itself. And perhaps Joyce's idea was to write a novel in the English language that the British could never read, and therefore understand the failure of the English language that was imposed on the Irish people. Perhaps similar to the idea of Naples, and therefore Finnegan's Wake, the fact that he made Finnegan's Wake so difficult was quite deliberate. Now, and a lot of poems that Heaney has written about language and post-colonialism and Joyce's influence as such. And the key term in Heaney is this, that Irish language was basically, he calls it coming from a guttural muse, harsh sounds, consonantal sounds, harsh sounds, basically. Compounds which are quite different from English. And James Joyce taught the Irish writers actually to use Irish language use English language, and yet not to write in it, but to write in a different language. Language, therefore, is extremely crucial to the idea of a nation. In India, and again, I'm saying idea of a nation because we have been wired to think like that, but I have contested it some time back, let's say, to the experience of the nation. And what does Raja Rao say? For me, Raja Rao's crucial phrase is where he is hinting at the rhythm. Of course, all of us know he says this, how to communicate a sensibility, Indian sensibility in the language which has not been ours and all that. But there he uses something which is important for me. He uses, omission, a word omission he uses there. Omission. So there are obviously, we all know there are gaps in literature. But what he's trying to capture there is the rhythm of Indian life, Can English language, right, be made instrumental in catching the rhythm of Indian life? One way to do it, of course, he is using the Sthal Puran and all that we so well know and so well we understand. So what I'm trying to say here, say in this context is this, that the ideas are quite different. In India, obviously, when I say all that, when I say this, the notion, the idea of the self being different, the self being different, the experience of the nation rooted in the self, and literature kind of playing an extremely important role in terms of constituting a repertory which is internal, especially in terms of the great epics that we have. I made a reference to the local, Pravritti, national as such, and transnational. Just to give an example. Literature is pretty much there. Literature is there as the content as well as the experience of the nation. Just to give an example, Panchtantra. Now, Panchtantra is a text all of us know, got translated into Pahlavi and then Arabic and went to the European languages. Do you know that Panchtantra inspired a play by a Kuwaiti writer in 2006, Al-Basham, full name, if you ask me, I'll give him, just coming out to my mind. The play is titled Kalila wa Dimna. And the play, and that's where I connect the local, the national, and the transnational. Because India primarily, has been a civilization of knowledge. Knowledge has traveled from India, right? You take Southeast Asia, you take Tibet, you take elsewhere, right? So it's not a territorial kind of expansion that the Indians have inspired, but expansion of knowledge as such, right? And there are problems, obviously. There are internal kind of there are issues that becomes a topic of debate that should be. But so the connecting the local, the national, and the transnational. Now, in Al-Bashan's play, Kalila wa Dimna, 2006, the play is about the Arabic translator of Vishnu Sharma's Panchtantra. And the translator's name is Ibn al-Mukaffa. And this translator of the Sanskrit play is a character who talks for the freedom of writer, freedom of literature, freedom of people. For this Kuwaiti playwright in 2006, to take Panchtantra and its translation, it's the 6th century translation, as a model to write a text of global literature addressing Iraq's invasion by the United States, and they're preaching us today. It's something which is important for us to see this connection between the local, the national, and the transnational. The local, the national, and the transnational also, in a way that Indian writers and Indian communities have responded to the texts that have continued to draw our attention. Why is Mahabharata even relevant today? Right? Why are people going back to Mahabharata? Why are people going back to Draupadi all the time? Right? There could be two reasons for this. One, of course, is this that in the contemporary society, there are some problems that one sees that reference to Mahabharata is important. The second is this. The second point is this, that the texts themselves contain those what is termed as ati prashnas, the fundamental questions, right? That is writers across generations, across communities, right? These are Indian texts. They're not, they're not limited to any particular kind of what we can understand as faith. That itself requires a different kind of discussion. And what I'm trying to say here is this, that if there is a continuity of this tradition, and I'm not saying that this is what is dominant, but all that responds to this, critical response to this, also comes to have a formation, social, historical formation in relation to it. And that is what constitutes the experience of the nation. Draupadi's question, for instance, in that scene, obviously, is the Ati Prashna. Vidur also doesn't have an answer to that. And that's why we keep going to it. So I think I'll end here. I'm sorry if I've been little kind of here and there, because this this has not been a good day for me. If your house is robbed, the way you come and you see the house is in that state, the robbing is a robbing of yourself in that sense. It's not that physical house, that a space that you own that somebody has barged into, is devastated. So I'm sorry if I've been little in terms of the flow of thought here and there, but thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed, as I said in the beginning, that yesterday we had a different perspective on the idea of nation and narration from Professor Martin Pachner, and today it is indeed well complemented by Professor Dhananjay Singh when he talked about the Indian tradition, which is long, and as you could feel it, that there's a lot which can be explored and can be worked on. In fact, sir, when you talked about the self vis-a-vis the nation and how the nation can be realized by the self, it also reminded me of Tolkappiyam, in which the poetry is, there are two types of poetry, Agam and Puram. And Agam is something which comes from deep down and which can only be felt in a very kind of a deep inner sense. So yes, there are many loose ends that we have to try when we try to reconceptualize certain some of these categories. Now, as the tradition of the academic sessions, we open the house for discussion, and you can ask questions, queries, or if you have any doubt, you can ask Professor Dhananjay Singh to speak to you. Uh, Anusha has a question. Anusha, go ahead, please.
Good morning, sir. Namaste. I am Anusha Hegde. I am a PhD scholar in CU Punjab itself. Sir, I thank you so much, first of all, for this talk because it opened lots of uh, avenues in the mind and it just, many thoughts came barging in. I was thinking about when you were stressing about the Indian perception and Indian view of self and the way in which self becomes the root for any scope of imagination or for any darshana of the nation or the land in which we live. When we were talking about that, I simultaneously remembered two people. One is Tagore's assertion of the fact that the nation state model or the nationalism as practiced in the West cannot be fundamentally copied and expected to succeed in the Eastern context, especially in the Indian context. And the second person I remembered was Vivekananda, who asserted that the style of civilization and formation of nation states in the West is of conquest. It's more so concerned with material concepts. But in the Indian sense, the context of the land, the context of community derives from the realization of self and assuming the self in its external, they're just expressing the self out. My point here is when in the present context, as a student, if I speak bluntly, we deal with several concepts, theories, and in a way, I feel that until and unless it is not closed and given to us as a quote or a assertion or a theory by a Western philosopher or a Western school of thought, and it is given to us in a fancy term, we don't believe it. Especially, there is a delusion with regard to any theory that comes under the cloak or the term called Indian. If I have to put it bluntly, I'm sorry if I hurt anybody in this statement. So, in this sense, can we say that we have not actually, let go of the colonial fascination with the West, and we are still just another neo-colonial state in itself if we are that fascinated, overly fascinated with the West and aping the trends and thoughts. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anusha. That's a very important question. And rather than giving a kind of a very categorical answer to it, because we all are part of this, obviously, and it's more important to engage with why it has happened, and all that is. I'm not saying that I'm completely discounting. Obviously, I'm a student of English literature. After all, I teach Joyce, I teach these great writers, obviously. And especially in literary studies, what it makes it possible is this: we can be different, let's say, selves in that sense. I mean, the idea of self is a self, but then the experiential self is such, and we can look at it, because what Indian thought, that's what teaches it. Therefore, India has been a civilization of debates as such, and it's important for us to look at the other side all the time. I'm not imposing an idea, but what I'm trying to say is that this discussion, let's say, I'll just give you an example, but let me answer your first question. You're absolutely right. When I'm teaching Abhinav Gupta, of course, Prithviji is here, Dr. Prithviraj is here. He's done excellent work, his MPhil on the Nationalism. And if when I'm teaching it, let's say Abhinav Gupta, if I tell my students that Jack Lacan, in one of his essays in Decritus, has a reference to Abhinav Gupta and Ananda on language and mind, then it's interesting. uh, and so but one understands it, because obviously it doesn't go that easily. It cannot be replaced by something which is out and out rigid kind of imposition of this is what nation is. I'm also against that actually. What it should lead to obviously is kind of a discussion and debate. So if you have, let's say, in Natya Shastra, if you have bhava is an important category for self in Natya Shastra and in all Indian literature after that. Then in Nagarjun's Mool Madhyam Karika, you have bhava, of course, the being and becoming. To answer your first question, yes, because of colonialism, because as I said, colonialism did not only introduce the English language, but also introduce ideas in terms for distinctions. And it's bound to happen. But gradually things would, where if there are students like you, good students who study and who kind of, and because it is required. You see, either these all great texts, Sanskrit texts, are limited to traditional scholars, for whom, and they in their own right, because they come from a different methodology, obviously. People in the other disciplines, of course, should look at it, especially now that we're talking the NEP, liberal arts, and all that. Great potential for Bhartrihari, for Nagarjuna, for Abhinav Gupta, to somehow give a strong critique to the way we have understood the nation in this country, especially in literary studies department as such. The theme. Now, if you, I am originally from Bihar. I grew up in Arunachal Pradesh, and Adis have a concept of Keyum. Now, if you look at the concept of Keyum, the concept of self in the Upanishad, look at the communities, local communities. Meghalaya, Khasis have a cultural category called Ka Ramayana. And the idea is that when Hanuman was passing by, obviously, right, isn't it? There are some oranges that fell from the hill, and the oranges that you have there are because of that. You see, so the thing that I'm trying to say here is this: that this whole sense of imagined, first of all, right, that does not exist as such, because you posit something as imagined as false, as mythical. This whole idea is contestable in the Indian tradition. Everything is experience. And again, coming to the self, the idea of self in India, I don't want to use the idea of self. Self in India, as such, you've talked about Tagore, right? You've talked about Swami Vivekananda, right? Self is an encompassing entity. Self is an entity which is not based on the division of matter and mind. That's what I said earlier. We need to discount Descartes for far too long, where we have used Descartes to understand Indian literature, an idea of self in Indian literature, right? Self is something which therefore transcends all these limitations of, that's why we have literature. That's why we have literature. In Natya Shastra itself, Abhinav Gupta's commentary on Natya Shastra, first chapter, right, makes a distinction between the genre of theatre, Natya, and epic, right, Itihasa, that Natya makes sakshatkar possible, right? That's what it is. So literature makes that experience. Anyway, so I've been too long for that. Yes. Thank you so much for that question. It was a very good question.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we have another question from the house. G. Raghunath, she's a PhD scholar here, and she would like to ask a question, sir. You can come here.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for the session. Uh, Actually, I wanted to ask you about uh, the India as a nation we see today. When we think about India as a nation post independence, we always have seen India as in our living memory as this line drawn on a map, like the territorial, the geographical aspect of it. Uh, we have seen India in a particular shape. So we cannot refute that the post-independent era has had some effect on our idea of India as a nation. So I wanted to ask you how we can reconcile the idea of self, Indian self, that we have had before in our uh, thousands of years of history, to the idea of nation we have today, which is very much, even though we don't want to, has been influenced by colonialization as such, and the Western civilization, Western philosophies. There are certain aspects of the nation we, as perceived by the common people in India today, that come from the Western philosophies. So, how do we reconcile the Indian idea of self, the idea of desh from before, to the idea of nation today? Thanks.
Yeah, you know what? I think it's a very important question. We have to make also distinction between the way we understand it in the university departments, obviously in academia, and the way people at if you go to people, let's say in Tamil Nadu, in Kerala, or in Bihar, UP, anywhere, and say India is a nation. Yes, it is. There's a big problem with that. He says, what is the problem? What is the problem? So, and what the other thing, of course, I want to thank you for the question. I forgot your name. Thanks so much. There is a continuity. There's certainly a continuity. You know, this whole sense of, and you know, because this idea of past, present, and future is based on the idea of time, right? And we have been made to understand in coming from the West that obviously these times are constructed, these times are different, right? In India, there's no division as such. Because there's a limitation of cognitive faculty. Therefore, there is a difference, because we need to break time in order to understand. Time itself has no break as such. But that might be an abstract answer to a question. The direct answer to a question is this: that there is a continuity. There is a colonial break and rupture and all that. It definitely is there. It definitely is there. But in terms of the various kind of cultures, performative cultures in India, in different parts of India, including urban, for instance, in the acts of performance, in the experience of performance as such, this division of time as such. So there are two ways to understand it. One is, of course, a political question of what is India. The other is, of course, a cultural question of what is India. The cultural question of India is responded with an experience of India. As I said, it is experience. That's it. It's not imagined, right? The political response to the idea of India again brings intellectual categories, and there you might, for instance, kind of have these whole notions that colonialism or before colonialism or what has happened and all that, and therefore you find it difficult to resolve it intellectually as such, right? But again, we are increasingly questioning intellectual categories. Today, people are talking about emotions. Gayatri Spivak came with a book on emotions. People are talking about affect. There's an affect theory also. People talking in the West. Same departments who in India who do not have not given any credit to India's theory of emotions of ours are talking of emotions as an important emancipatory category today in affect theory. If you read, right? So emotions as a category, I mean, this is just an example as such. So all that has been conceptualized needs to be critiqued as such, right? And in terms of emotion as kind of as crucial to our kind of cognitive and our memory as such, right? Of a cultural space that India is, not a territorial. You're absolutely right when you talk about territorial cultural space that India is. Then there is no kind of obstruction to this feeling as such, right? I'm not saying that there are no problems. There are problems, but the problems are part of this feeling. That's it. The Nyayikas and the Buddhists, they had a long, almost 1,000 years of debate. They did not agree. But the fundamental questions of this debate was common. That's it. Self. One of them was self as such. So that's what I would like to respond. Thank you.
Do we have more questions? No? Okay, so in that case, sir, we would like to thank you on behalf of the department. It was a very good talk, and it will definitely make all our scholars and students rethink about how we think about the idea of nation, especially in terms of literature. To go ahead, I would like to invite our respected Vice Chancellor, Professor R.P. Tiwari, to deliver the presidential address. He's graced this occasion, and we all are very much thankful to sir for taking time out of his really busy schedule to address all the online delegates, participants, and most importantly, our students who are here in the seminar hall. Sir.
Professor Dhananjay, teachers from the university, dear students, research scholars, and all those who are privy to this very important discourse, which is very timely, and as well as the quantum of issues, socio-economic issues and other issues that we have. Such type of intellectual discourse is necessary to find ways to draw a roadmap for our future growth of trajectory. Professor Dhananjay spoke about Khasi Ramayana. As we all know that I served in Mizoram for 32 years. And in Mizo also, we have Mizo Ramayana that was written by a professor of Mizo. Later on, he became principal of the biggest college of Mizoram. And they are also in their own language, all the narratives that are there about civilizational discourse of that time slot, all those things are mentioned. You know, if we start from the dawn of civilization, particularly Bharati civilization, which is considered as the oldest one, we have certain, doctrines on which our civilization discourse was based on. And we all know that the oldest one is Ekam Sad Vipra Bahudha Badanti, that the God is one, but the intellectuals like us, we have divided, partitioned him into different units, different entities, and then we worship. We have our own individual gods, and then we worship. And therefore, this very concept of division of God has, in fact, segmented the society into several groups. That was the oldest doctrine that was given to us by our ancestors in the civilizational discourse. Then the second came, if that is the case, then how should we conduct ourselves on the planet Earth, on the Mother Earth, so that we remain the disciple of one God? So subsequently after this, another doctrine came, that is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The entire family, entire earth is one family, and all human beings, all Homo sapiens living on this earth, they are one, they are like a family, they are all members of the same family. So this doctrine came. This is, I'm talking about the national narratives. And now, now we are talking about national narratives, but the narratives that were initially developed, they were the narratives for the humanity as a whole, not only the narratives, Indian narratives for Indian society. They were they were embracing the welfare of the entire human species, the entire human society living anywhere on the earth. And if that is the case, that if every member living on the earth is a member of one family, then how should we conduct ourselves? And how should we exchange ideas? How should we exchange narratives? So for this, the third very important doctrine came, that is, Ano Bhadrakrituyantu Vishwata. Let the knowledge come from anywhere. And what is knowledge? Knowledge are these narratives, civilization discourse that are taking place in different parts of the world. So, when we open the windows of our eyes and our mind and see what are the civilizational discourses that are happening in other societies, and then take help of those to enrich our own discourse in a particular, part of the Mother Earth. so that our civilization discourse and the discourse on nationality, discourse on humanity is further enriched. And if that is the case, if we are open to civilization discourse taking place anywhere on the earth, then what next comes is that the welfare of every person on the earth. And then the next narrative came, that is Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina Sarve Santu Niramaya. And if that is the case, if we wish that every Homo sapien on the earth, living on the earth, has to be happy, has to be free of all evils, has to be free of all diseases, then how should we conduct ourselves? So far, conducting ourselves also, a new doctrine came, and that is enlisted in the very first sloka of our first Upanishad, that is called Isha Upanishad, which states that, see, my share on the natural resources is only that much which I need to the minimum extent and which I earn through hard work. Rest all natural resource belongs to God, and that is for the use of others. So this is the this is the civilization discourse that we have inherited. This is the narrative of humanity that we have inherited from our ancestors. And this is so powerful narrative that our the Rashtrapita Mahatma Gandhi, when he learned about this first sloka of Isha, he gave a very landmark statement. He said that by any chance, if all our religious scriptures of any religion are lost by somehow, by any means, if there's a calamity of large scale, destroying all our books, all our doctrines, all our religious books, and if this sloka remains in the mind of the people, then humanity will always survive. This is so powerful sloka of Isha. So these were our narratives. Now, when we are thinking about the whole humanity, entire humanity, not only for Indians and not for, and up to Vedic period and beyond a certain time slot beyond that also, whatever we are thinking only for the entire humanity, and not only the living beings on the earth, but for the entire non-living entity, for mountains, for rivers, for plateau, for plains, for floodplains, every area and beyond earth also. Whenever some functions are performed, we pray for the peace of even heavenly bodies. So that is our mindset, our thought process during the civilization discourse, and that is why we as a society, we as a civilization are still surviving. Now there is large scale decay and decomposition in our thought process, in our life values. That is why we are facing a lot of aberrations in the society, which should not be happening. And this is most unfortunate situation, because no society, no civilization has so much rich civilization discourse in the form of Vedas, in the form of Upanishads, and several other things. And you see, and the abstract of all this are also available. If somebody does not want to read these books because of the want of time or interest, then at least we should be knowing the abstract of these things. Some of you are research scholars sitting here, even the teachers. When we don't have time to read the entire research article paper, then we try to see the abstract and find out what this article is containing. So just like that, these all these scriptures also has some abstract, and if we know that, then also we will get some guidance as to how to conduct ourselves in the society, in the nation, or in the institution wherever we are working. We always prayed for the freedom of thoughts, freedom of expressions, and freedom of conducting myself in any condition. That is what we think always. That we should be free to think, we should be free to conduct whatever the way I want to conduct myself. But unfortunately, every Homo sapien lives in a particular socio-economic context, cultural context. And if we forget about our cultural context, our socio-economic context, and then we demand freedom to conduct myself, then that would be a disastrous situation. It's always, proper to have the cultural context in place in the first place, and then try to determine individual's role in the society, in the institutions. Then only institutions will strengthen, and when all these institutions, the country strengthen, then only the nation as a whole can strengthen, and then only the humanity as a whole can be strengthened, and the civilization discourse can be enriched, and all the narratives that are there, they can be reoriented, rethought, rediscovered. If some narrative is not yielding tangible result, you see, in a particular time slot, there might have been significance of that narrative. But when we see those narratives in present day context, some of those narratives may not be relevant today. So we need to revisit those narratives, and we have to reorient those, redefine those narratives in the present day context, which is good for the society. So, discourse like this, now, of course, the corona pandemic is on the decline, but there is again news. Scientists like Anjana Munshi say that the fourth wave is knocking at the door. I don't know. This is the biggest threat to the humanity and for the discourse. We can't meet in physical mode, and scholars like Professor Dhananjay, we have to listen to him in online mode, and supposing we have scholars like him here, and you get opportunity to discuss and put forth all your views, refine your views, and then get new direction to work. Because the discourse like this are arranged when the for our youngsters to develop future course of research, future course of study, future course of deliberations, and that is how the academics can be enriched. And I'm thankful to Sir Sahila and Dr. Bipan Pal, Dr. Prithviraj, and all teachers of English department for arranging this discourse, 2 days discourse on this. And I'm sure that the important papers, articles that would be read in this in this seminar would be certainly brought out in the form of a book, and then, because now whosoever of you is attending this seminar, you know what has happened, and you are the beneficiary of this seminar. But we wish that the benefit of this seminar, the new knowledge, new thought process that is created during discourse, this 2 days discourse, this is documented so that it is available for future generation of students as well. So I'd like to compliment again Dr. Sahila, Dr. Bipan Pal, and all English department, and whatever assistance is needed for publishing the book on this. That assistance will always be coming from the university. I'm thankful to Professor Dhananjay for sparing his valuable time. I heard his name on a couple of occasions, but this was for the first time that I'm listening to him. I came when I was asked to come. If I was asked to come earlier, I would have come before also. So, but in this, I missed the chance of listening completely to Dr. Dhananjay. This is great loss to me. Anyway, again, compliments to all of you, and Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Your words of encouragement and wisdom are always enriching for all of us. In fact, you are right that India is a great tradition. In fact, there are thousands of traditions, and there's a great deal of diversity from the absolute materialists like Lokayats to idealists like Advaita. And all that knowledge subsequently, which interacted with other civilizations from elsewhere as well, was enriched, and today we stand at a point where we rejoice this great diversity in our culture, which is there. Now I would like to welcome Professor Anjana Munshi, Dean Research, Central University of Punjab, to deliver a vote of thanks. Ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Prithvi. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor R.P. Tiwari ji, dear colleagues from English Department, it's really a privilege for me to be a part of this plenary session. Although, we from the Faculty of Sciences, we do not understand literature to that extent. but I'm really happy that I could at least make out something. So we are really thankful to our Vice Chancellor, Professor R.P. Tiwari ji, under whose patronage, we keep on conducting these kinds of seminars, webinars, and also the workshops. Of course, Corona has hit us hard. It's been hitting us hard since 2 years. And at least I'm happy that we can see a couple of faces, offline attending the conference. And let's hope that this continues and we go back, although this has become the new normal now. I would really like to thank today's speaker, Professor Dhananjay Singh from JNU. I'm really, sorry to learn about your loss. Uh, his house has been robbed, and in spite of that, very recently maybe, and he was somewhere out. In spite of that, we are really thankful to you, sir, for being with us and sparing time and enlightening us with your thoughts. He has what I could understand, although I'm not a person to perceive it that quickly. I could understand that he was trying to portray the self and nation, giving reference to Upanishads, and then he tried to, deliberate as to how it has changed over the period of time, how nations have changed because they had rulers from other countries. He was giving reference to Ireland, and of course our honorable Vice Chancellor, he's always there. He can speak on these aspects. He has also given us his message today, that as human beings we need to conduct ourselves. We need to understand that the resources need to be shared. It's not that nature has given something to like one particular person. Even I know, he leaves his fruit trees untouched because he wants the birds to eat those fruits. So that should be the our way of behaving with nature, our way of behaving with our colleagues, and our way of behaving with like other human beings on earth. And this is really, I'm sure that the students will have uh, good take home messages. I could see some of the students asking good questions. They were interacting with Professor Dhananjay Singh, and I'm sure that we will have these kinds of seminars conducted by the department and other departments as well in future, and hope that Corona now it has, it spares us so that we can conduct offline conferences. But anyway, I'm still happy that I know we've been conducting conferences, even like these webinars, when we were at home, at least trying to be connected. So with these words, I would like to thank everyone, especially the faculty of Department of English under the leadership of Dr. Shaila Zafar and Dr. Alpana Saini and other seniors, Dr. Vipin Palji, Dr. Raj. They have all put in efforts to organize this 2 days international conference. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be here with you today. Congratulations. I think you are done halfway, and I can see that it's been done, conducted successfully. Thank you so much. My compliments to the team.
Thank you, ma'am. To honor our guests today, we have a tradition, a very healthy tradition, and as Vice Chancellor sir talked about ecology and environment, we always honor our guests, sir, with a planter. And you are not physically present here, but you are also in Board of Studies. So whenever you come, your planter is due. And now I would invite our Vice Chancellor, Professor R.P. Tiwari, to receive the token of appreciation that we give away to our guests. And I would request the Department of English, all the faculty members, to honor the Vice Chancellor. Now I would request the Department of English to honor Professor Anjana Munshi, who is also here despite a very busy schedule. Thank you, ma'am. I once again thank all the guests and our, above all, our students who have to line up every single morning for breakfast, and then they have to hurry up to attend all these sessions. So the online delegates as well as participants are also thanked for joining us online. And now this session is officially over, and we would be back online at 12 o'clock with our first technical session today. Thank you, everyone.
Dr. Prithviraj, I could,
Sir.
I just want to express my thanks to the Honorable Vice Chancellor for his time and for his kind words to me. And thank you all. Thank you so much, Prithvi. Thank you, Department.
Thank you, sir. सर बात करवा दें सर से
Good afternoon. Am I audible, Anusha?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you are. Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, thank you. This is the fourth technical session of this conference on the theme Narratives of Nation, Contemporary Literary, Culture and Theoretical Debates. And in this session, we have received four papers. The first one is by Marietta Cosma, second is by Rashmi Sharma, then by Rashmi Singh, and fourth one is by Mahima Raj. Uh, just now, I have received an email from Marietta that she is not feeling well, so she won't be able to give the presentation. However, she has requested to give the presentation in absentia. So Anusha is here. Anusha, uh, can you read the paper of Marietta at the end of this session? I'll
Yes,
ask
sir,
you to
sure.
do that at the end. Okay,
Okay, sir.
all right. So, first of all, I'll call upon Rashmi Sharma. She is PhD research scholar with the Department of English and Cultural Studies, Punjab University, Chandigarh. And the title of the paper is The Spectre of Hastinapur Excavating Mahabharata in the Search of Krishna's Bharatvarsha. This is an interesting topic. Rashmi,
Good morning, sir.
am I
Am I
audible?
audible? Yes,
Yeah,
good morning, sir. Am I audible?
yeah, you are audible. Please
Uh,
give your presentation.
Sir, if you permit, I'd like to share a PPT accompanying my paper reading.
Definitely, definitely. You
Thank you,
please
sir.
share your.
Sir, is the PPT visible?
It's visible. Rashmi.
Okay, sir. Enjoy. So, good morning to respected chair and my fellow paper presenters. As sir already mentioned, that my paper is titled "The Spectre of Hastinapur: Excavating Mahabharat in Search of Krishna's Bharatvarsh." Uh, am I audible, sir? Should I continue?
Yes, you are audible, Rashmi. Carry
Yes,
on.
yes. So my paper dwells upon the stature of political visionary Krishna. Krishna not as a god or a divine omnipotent presence, but simply as a political strategist who percolates the Mahabharata as a mystical hero who maneuvers the destiny of those around him, and the insightful philosopher who envisions a celestial order of nation where the individual, the clan, and groups, as well as chieftains and kings, have their own operational freedom and roles. Krishna envisions a nation and a king who shall strive for dharma and establish a world order of moral righteousness and civility. He, of course, ultimately becomes the plot maker in the grand narrative of Mahabharata and operates as a very formidable energy in the orchestration of political power and autonomy. But unfortunately, his vision crumbles before his very own eyes, and he goes on to the slaves of the jungle to die a death he himself ordained for himself. So, my paper is a deliberation of how a fallible God strives to build an infallible Bharatvarsh and how this Bharatvarsh sustains today. The nation since and in Mahabharata has been viewed as a very extensive territorial relation of nativity. Through a fratricidal war, a deal of making a nation is being brokered between God and men. Hastinapur, of course, represents a tridac structure of socio political chaos, which subsequently moves into a federal establishment of political administration, which dissipates further into chaotic war and strife, finally to stabilize and settle into a political order regulated by spiritual mysticism and religious resilience under the Pandavas. Vedic political theory and Krishna never viewed the king as a repository of the law. The king is under and subject to the law, and failing to maintain it will be hence destroyed by the same law. The king's ambition and arrogance must be restrained by various precepts and edicts of religion, custom, pragmatism, and national justice. Subsequently, the right to overthrow a bad king came to be recognized and was championed by Krishna. First, of course, in slaying his own maternal uncle Kans, and later by becoming an ally to the Pandavas in their claim to the throne of Hastinapur. Krishna was, of course, determined to save Aryavrat, the whole world as he knew it, from the minority of these vainglorious persons who take pleasure in exercising power over others. For example, Kans, Dhritarashtra, and of course his son Duryodhana. And Krishna became naturally an ally in endorsing the preemptive defense responses from the weaker, other that is the Pandavas, so that they may achieve their cause. Everything Krishna did corroborates that nation building will be marred by conflict, which is further fueled by disagreement in religious views, in moral judgments, and of course, the bigger question of what respect one properly merits. It is these mundane impulses which will further assert themselves in forging a nation and a state. And this view, of course, was later embraced by Thomas Hobbes in his social contract theory. Uh, One of the very earlier statements of political theory, which we find in Mahabharata, is that nature is forged through might and war, and both state and its ruler are meant to destroy anarchy, which later, of course, is related in the doctrine of the fishes, which is the Matsya Nyaya. There's always a bigger fish around. Krishna, of course, seeks to annihilate the Kauravas because of their allegiance to abuse, assault, and violence, and repeatedly breaking the social and moral covenant of the dharmic law or dharma, be it the arson of Lakshagriha or the shameful disrobing of Draupadi. Uh, It is not that Krishna espouses tyranny or domination by force, but knows that only a sword will break another sword. The trauma of displacement and the indignity of uprooted cultural defeatism was a very agonizing experience for Krishna, and he could never shake off from his mind and his memory. The contemporary political situation boiling in Hastinapur revealed to Krishna that an exploitative power obsession among the ruling elite is at play, especially in the smaller kingdoms of Aryavrat. Uh, Later, of course, an examination of Mahabharata further supports its reliance on contract and uh, utilitarian theory of nation building per se. Uh, of course, Mahabharata considers absolute monarchy as the sole Vedic theory of government. Yet, the supreme sovereign was an assembly or a sabha of elders. uh, Indian polity and its nation building have always been aided and abated by federal and feudal tendencies. And Krishna, of course, operated within these political nexus. Uh, During the Draupadi Vastharan, during the Dyut Sabha, where the autonomy and authority of not only King Dhritarashtra, but the entire body politic operating in Aryavrat was challenged and dismantled. First, of course, by Draupadi, who asked the infamous question that to uh, her husband Yudhishthir that whom did you lose first, yourself or me? And then, of course, later by Krishna, who came to her aid, realizing that the Kshatriya order code of honor has failed Bharatvarsh. Um, Mahabharata, of course, steers clear of interpolating nationalism on a nation through its own set of beliefs of Rajya, Rajan, Sabhajan, and Netikta. The epic debates that how Bharatvarsh and its constituent states will contain differing views about its socio-political character, and hence for one nation, be it the one forged by Kurus or the one forged by Yadavs, there will always be different and competing beliefs which will manifest themselves as political differences and, of course, later as strife and conflict. While the Pandavas, of course, envisioned the nation of Bharatvarsh as an emblem standing for security and prosperity, the Kauravas, of course, were willing to sacrifice the same for their own political gains. Krishna realized what the French sociologist Dominique Schnapper observes, that there always exists a duality in nation building. The two impulses of conflict first, of course, assert themselves in an appeal to the temporal continuity of a territory, and later a territorial attribute which one gains as a consequence of birth and kinship. Krishna, of course, accepted this duality. He was native of both Mathura and Dwarka. He was both a cowherd and a king. And he realized that the coming together of these distinct localities and identities is what forges a national territory and grants it an exclusive status and existence. This amalgamation is propagated by Krishna throughout Mahabharata by developing a self understanding which is conveyed through study of history and of oneself. Krishna, of course, sought to fulfill his karmic role that by establishing the city of Indraprasth, he encouraged Yudhishthir to successfully complete the Rajasuya Yag, which was a triumphant high point in Krishna's political life, his greatest achievement as a political philosopher. He had succeeded in forging an empire which was to be ruled by Yudhishthir, and it was a federal trust based on kinship as well as kingship. Uh, uh, Yudhishthir, through Krishna, had given Aryavrat political stability, order, and a righteous administration without claiming uh, any rural crown for himself. Millennials later, of course, Chanakya would do the same through Chandragupta Maurya. The Rajasuya Yag, of course, concluded with the slaying of Shishupal, as you can see in the PPT, where Krishna voluntarily conveys that nothing and nobody can sabotage or compromise his political vision and accomplishment. Of course, through the caricature of Bhishma, uh, Krishna revolts against the self sabotage of a nation by the haughty and the proud. Uh, Although dharma and righteousness were supposed to be the paramount principle of royal administration, boastful hereditary kingship and conceited power assertions always sacrificed dharma for domineering self projection, as exemplified in the character of Bhishma. Bhishma embodied himself as the living emblem of Hastinapur, never dwelling on what he protected so fiercely was it even worth protecting. Krishna realized that the history of the consolidation and stable existence of Aryavrat has to be ushered through an effective sovereignty of Hastinapur, not by pseudo kingship. Hastinapur, of course, is a very small constituent of Bharatvarsh, but for Krishna, it was a pivot in heralding the political edifice of Dharmaraj rather than the blind adherence to Rajaniti like Bhishma. And then, of course, Shakuni, he operates as the antithesis of Krishna in the epic. Uh, he is a very evil, negative, and destructive, subversive intelligence, but he is also a crusader in his own uh, right. Uh, he wanted power to use against the powerful, which is the Kuru clan, and for that his monarchical ambitions for Duryodhan were merely a surrogate for his own goals of chaos and disorder for Aryavrat. Uh, the Pandavas and the Kauravas are merely political pawns in the higher game of chess which Shakuni is playing. He enters into the Hastinapur household to control the destiny of the heartland of Aryavrat, which is Hastinapur, and with his single minded determination uh, upon revenge against Bhishma and his Kuru clan, uh, he operates as a very political and strategic contrapuntal genius to Krishna. What is worth noting, of course, is that uh, Krishna and Shakuni are two polarities which are manipulating the politics of Hastinapur, and hence nation and its destiny is often thwarted by the intentions of the persuasive. Lastly, of course, just two more slides. The Kurukshetra war, of course, was a clarion call given by Krishna to the entire Aryavrat to usher in a new world order. Uh, Krishna deciphered the purpose of nation making as something which is very sort of an extensive social relation for the future generation, as well as something which will sustain the transmission of the right way of life or dharma. And the problems, of course, which Krishna confronted will be subsequently confronted by the future progenies. And he deliberated upon them through his own actions and uh, ambitions. He begetted a fratricidal violent war, and hence his own clan succumbed to the same. And he, in very somber equipoise, participated in the same. Uh, Lastly, of course, the paper concludes that the Krishna, of course, is more than just a prolific uh, political strategist and a great thinker and a philosopher. He is basically a civilizational leader. He lives among men to teach them how to live as God intended them to live and how to forge their own nation and their destinies. He is, of course, the most powerful sovereign, a maker of kings, due to his intellectual and spiritual superiority, which he has, of course, acquired through tremendous hardships and personal atrocities. And lastly, of course, Krishna assimilates and transmits two layers of experience in nation building. One, of course, is intensely personal, and the other, of course, very perceptually objective. The nation he builds or sought to build reflects these tendencies. And lastly, of course, his own Dwarika may have sunk, but the specter of Hastinapur that he created continues to subsist. Thank you.
Brilliant presentation, Rashmi.
Thank you, sir.
In this paper, Rashmi has focused on the issue that how the fabric of a Hindu culture and nation is woven with character struggles, values, and hopes from Mahabharata, and how Lord Krishna, who is considered to be a great political visionary, how he maneuvers the destiny of those who are around him. Uh, so he has brilliantly and critically engaged with the topic. Now the paper is open for debate and discussion. If you have any queries, please.
Sir?
Yeah, Anusha, she is PhD scholar at the Department of English at the University of Punjab. Anusha, yes, please.
Rashmi, first of all, a wonderful paper.
Thank you, Anusha. Thank you.
You are not clearly audible, Anusha.
Am I clearly audible now? Now?
Still not clear.
No? Okay. 1 minute.
Yeah, now it's a bit clear. Yeah.
Now it's clear? Okay, fine. I think the microphone is here. That's right. First of all, a wonderful paper. And the only one small query that I had, when you look at Krishna and the actions that he does, you you said that it is personal as well as very objective.
Just a
Uh,
minute,
and-
Anusha.
yes, yeah,
Wait. You are
yes.
not clearly audible.
Is it now? Not even now, sir. Okay, 1 minute, sir. Uh, okay, 1 minute. Now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
please.
yeah, okay. The question that I had in mind is that when you say that Krishna is both personal and objective when it comes to his political strategies, I think I got it right, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yes, absolutely, Anushka, you
Yeah,
got it.
yeah. So I just wanted to know when you look at Bhagavad Gita and when he is, ordering Arjuna to shirk off the delusions of material life and focus on the work that is there at hand. You see that he is asking Arjun to be very focused on the work, on karma, the karma that he is doing, and this is the entire genre of argument. My point is that when you understand him as a political strategist in
Yes.
the entire framework of Mahabharata, can we say that this notion of focusing on work, karma yoga, that we call, and the aspect of detachment from materiality or from the body conditions, that is essential in terms of governance, or in terms of civilization, or ensuring that the civilization continues in a very peaceful manner, in an orderly manner. So is some kind of a Hindu philosophical thought, and how do you just see this? What is your take on this? I just wanted to ask you this, between
Uh,
personal and
Yeah,
objective.
thank you, Anushka, for asking this question. I actually anticipated this question. I actually covered this in my research paper, but I couldn't bring it into my presentation because I was time bound. You're absolutely right. This whole episode of Bhagavad Gita, which we know as the Song of God, in which he says that you need to pursue your actions irrespective the consequences. uh, he actually basically, like we millennials usually read Bhagavad Gita sort of like a TED talk. You got to do what you got to do, and you got to see through it to the end. He actually says this to Arjun, that even if you don't pursue this, uh, it is bound to happen, because after all, this is willed. You, of course, will not fulfill your karmic or dharmic role. uh, so of course, I absolutely agree with you. Sometimes you got to pay a price to achieve your such gargantuan political goals, and Krishna says that be worthy for that sacrifice. Personally, that's what I think. I hope it answers your query, Anusha.
Thank you so much.
Yes, please. Is there any other query? Okay. The next presenter is Dr. Rashmi Singh. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You are,
Okay.
sir.
Dr. Rashmi Singh is Assistant Professor in the Department of English and European Languages, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Vishwavidyalaya, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. And the topic of our presentation is Indianness in Globalization and Transnationalism through Bollywood Cinema. Dr. Rashmi Singh, please give your presentation.
Namaskar, sir. Good afternoon, sir. A very good afternoon to all of you. Uh, the the title of my paper is Hello, am I audible?
You are.
Yes, you are
Yeah.
audible.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. The topic of my paper is Indianness in Globalization and Transnationalism through Bollywood Cinema. My paper analyzes the emergence in many countries. States use media policy to make to nations and national culture as a creative industry to to creative social, cultural, and political harmony. Over the years, as a true cultural representative, the Indian films earn its global position through Bollywood in the diasporic world. As a soft power, Bollywood constructing and projecting a certain idea of Indianness. And therefore, my paper uh, uh, will discuss the development and significance of contemporary Indian films. And at the same time, it will focus or it will explore or look into the transnational and diasporic audiences, whether they are the inseparable component of Bollywood as a brand for India, and at the same time, how diasporic films and filmmakers are concretized into the body of Bollywood as a new Indian cinema. So, as we have seen, and we know that nation binds people and separated by vast geographical distance and with many different linguistics, social, economic, and cultural characteristics to a large collective sense of we or us within a specific territory. Um, and as nation represents a mythical and fictive image of cultural homogeneity, singularity, and unity. Yet, in every nation, there is wide spectrum of heterogeneity, differences, and conflict along social class, ethnic, race, sexual lines. So the nation is a way of resolving differences, a means by which states and political actors try to construct and maintain cohesion and under and order within the territories they govern. At the same time, when we see nationalism and identity, accordingly, are two conspicuous categories which have received attention in religion, philosophy, and literature, which are inadvertently due upon culture. So, in the past, culture, arts, media, heritage were viewed as state subsidized sectors, and vis-a-vis the real capitalist economy. But nowadays, current policy makers depict the culture or creative industries as a significant means of producing commercial ideas, innovations, and processes which contribute in substantial ways to a state's economic base and which have ripple effects across markets. So, the value of culture is no longer explicitly tied to the moral uplift of citizens, the achievement of social goals, or the fostering of cultural nationalism, but is frequently measured in terms of economic growth. Statesmen now do everything in their power to realize culture's exchange value. In some, media policy is a form of industrial policy that provides ideological and concrete support. In many countries, under the media policy, most frequently, films are institutionalized within the canons of national cinema that are nation building projects. So, hence, cinema functions significantly in narrating nations and producing national identities. National cinema assumes a tight, quote unquote, tight symbiotic relation between films and audiences and a clear, unified version of national identity and national preoccupations. As Andrew Hickson posits that the parameters of a national cinema should always be drawn at the site of consumption as much as the site of production of films, including the activity of national audiences and the conditions under which they make sense of and use the films they watch. The media industry in India, as far as we concern, from the period of independence to modernity, have undergone a rapid change in this period. Indeed, it is a matter of pride that over the years, the Indian films earn its global position and proceed towards presence of Indian films in terms of a nexus between technological advances, economic geography, and intellectual property over the decades has a matter of pride. As Nitin Govil admits that Bollywood then is a nowadays inevitably a product of frictions of global mobility. As Rajadhyaksh visualize the Indian films as Bollywoodization, and in the process of rebranding of Indian commercial cinema at international level as a process of Bollywoodization. As Rajadhyaksh insists on making this a distinction between Indian cinema and Bollywood for two major reasons. First, that is, the Bollywood emerges as the cultural industry and brand but seems distant of feature films. And second, superficially, the high budget and transnational themes far from other major representative of Indian film production, that is parallel cinema, regional films, feature films, and so on. As Rajadhyaksh comments, Bollywood is not the Indian film industry, or at least not the film industry alone. Bollywood admittedly occupies a space analogous to the film industry, but might best be seen as a more diffuse cultural conglomeration involving a range of distribution and consumption activities, from websites to music cassettes, from cable to radio. While Bollywood exists for and prominently caters to a diasporic audience of Indians, the Indian cinema, much as it would wish to tap this non resident, quote unquote, audience, is only occasionally successful in doing so, and is in almost every instance able to do so only when it, so to say, Bollywoodize itself, a transition that very few films in Hindi and hardly any in other languages are actually able to do. So, Bollywood cinema has played a crucial role in evoking the Indian imaginary and reinforcing a sense of Indianness. It is also constructing and projecting a certain idea of Indianness to a diasporic community. Bollywood doesn't describe India's other genre of parallel cinema, which in days gone by was the only products of Indian film making recognized on the global stage through the film festival circuit. But yes, Bollywood doesn't incorporate the regional language cinema, while represent the masala movie is the important factor as it represents Indian culture and society of Bollywood all within profuse, exclusive view of Indian culture and society. So, in this case, when Bollywood is not truly called the Indian cinema as such, as Rajadhyaksh points out, Bollywood is not truly called the Indian cinema. It might be explained instead as the export larger of the Indian cinema, since Bollywood productions are most popular that dominate Indians film exports, India's film exports, the high budget Bollywood Hindi language film generates the vast majority of export returns and has become centrally positioned in the international imagination as a trademark Indian film. During the 20th century, Hollywood cinema was considered as an ambassador for the American way of life. Similarly, Bollywood films have been cognized as transmitter of India's cultural prestige. In this sense, democratically, the popularity of its cultural exports is useful contributors of soft power. In exactly the same way that Hollywood cinema was perceived as an ambassador for the American way of life, during the 20th century, Bollywood films have been considered as a transmitter of India's cultural prestige. The idea of soft power has been endorsed explicitly by Indian government time to time. As we see the transnational
Now,
and
please
diasporic
come to the
audience.
concluding part.
Sure, sir. Sure. Uh, as we see the transnational and diasporic audience for Indian films, the notion of cultural imperialism was a product of Cold War era when the mass media was seen as a capable of readily reprogramming the minds of their audience and where international relations are comprised in terms of clear ideological boundary. There are number of films, Indian films, which actually represent Indianness, like Yash Raj films directed by Aditya Chopra, Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge, Mississippi Masala, Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum, Pardes, um, and Mississippi Masala, all and many directors like transnational and multicultural filmmakers such as Deepa Mehta, Meera Nair, Gurinder Chadda hold the distinct advantage of producing films that will be most accessible to cross-cultural viewers. And as as a diasporic cultural producer, Mehta is caught in the nether nor of diasporic displacement. However, her cosmopolitan transnationalism also provides her citizenship within the post-colonial nation state. Uh, her film Earth and her film Earth uh, uh, which was an attempt to present a feminist point of view of South Asian diasporic cultural production and politics, and she was successful in doing so. Um, Now I'll talk to the some other films like Hum Aapke Hain Kaun. So, as love, marriage, and family are common theme of many cinemas in Indian cinema, Hum Aapke Hain Kaun is the uh, plays an important position in Indian cinema. Why? Because this film poses the formation of narrative of the arranged love marriage, a relationship based on love, but one that must also garner familial approval. Hence, the film provides pleasure in satisfying narratives of romance and family simultaneously. Um, okay. Yes. So the widespread circulation of Indian films and Bollywood songs, music, and dance made are helping to make Bollywood acceptable and effective projection of soft power within the global imagination of the West. And India has a great cultural history, which is the matter of attraction for the world all the time, as Pam Nilon, a professor and youth sociologist, asserts that to some extent, Indian films are understood comparatively to Western media products that articulate a more individualistic, technologically determined, and sexualized social environment. So, uh, I'm ending my paper with this thing that ubiquitous presence, global circulation of Indian movies provides prolific dictive atmosphere that signify vivid expectation for discussion that indicate a number of distinct imaginings such as Indian, South Asian identities, inter-Asian dialogues, brand Bollywood has extended help to project the new reality of an Asian modernity to the developed world. So, watching an Indian movie is not only a personal or social statement of identity, but also it is also a choice of entertainment, therefore a source of gratification. Thus, it can be denied that the importance of Indian films as a source of soft power in the field of globalization. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rashmi. Very good presentation. In this paper, Dr. Rashmi focused on the issue that how states use media policies to make nations and national cultures. And particularly, she focused on the issue that as a soft power, how Bollywood is constructing and projecting a certain idea of Indianness. And this whole scenario, diasporic audiences are playing certainly very important role as inseparable component of Bollywood and as a brand for India abroad. So certainly the space of cinema is playing very important role in constructing the idea of Indianness and projecting that idea abroad. A very good presentation. Now the paper is open for debate, discussion or queries. Yes, please. Is there any query? Yes, please. Am I audible?
Yes,
You
sir.
are. You are.
Yes, please. Is there any question? Anusha,
Yes, sir.
do you have any query?
No, sir, not on this topic. But, sir, I just had one question to ask. Right now, ma'am, I apologize if I missed out on any part of your presentation, but I just wanted to know, for curiosity's sake, because you have also mentioned Ashish Rajatyaksha's essay. Ma'am, when you look at the present contexts of the contemporary latest version of, viewing the NRI community or the diaspora, do you feel that there is an acceptance in the industry of Bollywood of them going too far in terms of certain aspects of representation of Indian identity? Or how do you view it in terms of also the OTT platforms or any of the new media that Bollywood is stepping into? So, do you think that there is an acknowledgement of the fact that we need to be more realistic in terms of some depictions?
Yes, yes, I agree with you. We need to more realistic, and Bollywood doing so, selecting real content, है ना, depicting a reality in their films. So there are now filmmakers are working in that. Like there are so many films which are focusing on the content based stories and depicting the reality, simply. No, depicting the reality. So you may say that now Bollywood is now having its own genre, and secondly, maturing. It's maturing, and it has its own, we can say, format. It has its own brand. You may say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rashmi Singh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Our next paper presenter is Mahima Raj. Mahima Raj is Assistant Professor, Department of English, Central University of Karnataka. And the topic of her paper is Gendering Transnational Cinema, a critical study of selected Gurinder Chadha films. Mahima,
Am I
please
audible,
give
sir?
the presentation. You are audible.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. The title of my presentation is Gendering Transnational Cinema, a critical study of select Gurinder Chadha films. So I'll be starting with the presentation. So there is indeed heightened interest in transnational cinema among academics across the spectrum of world cinema and globalization. As a result of the flux of people moving as refugees, migrants, or exiles, along with the devastation of local and global identity politics, cinematic productions have emerged as a global phenomenon. For some, transnationalism is a problem at the level of abstraction and conceptualization. For others, the notion raises a number of methodological questions. The focus of some critics may be on the subject of a narrative, but others focus on the approach, purpose, and sometimes restrict the paradigms of a transnational filmic narrative into an auteur theory as well. Additionally, this is often attributed to a conglomerate of production, distribution, and exhibition across national boundaries. As pan-national films are becoming increasingly common in filmmaking practices, especially in the global south, the concept of transnationalism is seen as a counterproductive block that acts as a reaction and response to restrictive notions of pan-national productions or the very notion of nation or nationality. Among the many approaches that Will Higby and Song Wee Lim delineate, even while avoiding to articulate the concept within the confines of the language, they posit acute emphasis upon diasporic, exilic, and post-colonial cinemas, which aims through its analysis of the cinematic representation of cultural identity to challenge the Western construct of nation and national culture, and by extension, national cinema as stable and Eurocentric in its dialogic norms, as well as its narrative and aesthetic formations. Tim Burgfelder identifies transnational cinema from the perspective of aesthetics that bears the cross-national influences in terms of imitations, adaptations, and transformations of visual style and narrative genre. As to the question of whether the advent of transnationalism purposed to replace other approaches such as post-colonialism or cosmopolitanism, many critics, including Tim Burgfelder, believe that transnational cinema caters to the possibility of representing the liquidity or a fluidity in terms of the lived experiences and the ensuing negotiations of identities and cultures. From the vastness of such a critical deliberation occurs a peremptory manifestation of the spectrum of transnational cinema's concerns, the concern of a global phenomenon of monolithization or homogenization of identity construction, with which marginal identities vie for a space and voice, is joined by the question of gendering from the furthest margins. As Gayatri Chakraborty's blog states, gendering is a bigger institution than anything in the world. Gendering is our first and most persistent instrument of abstraction. That's the most primitive theoretical tool, I unquote. She further postulates that any kind of academic work is incorrect if not gendered. The notion of transnational cinema is also predicated upon and invites processing through such a question as illustrated by Spivak's argument. What it means to be gendering the transnational cinema, is it somehow Is there something new on the horizon, or a destruction or a deconstruction of the already existing processes of filmmaking, circulation, and reception? How do we take it forward from here? Firstly, is it to be understood that gendering, even before the employment of the term for comprehension or methodology, is a process that always already in the being, even before a conscious cognition of it? Going back to Spivak, it is the most persistent and most primitive tool of abstraction. The invisibility of the process most often gets attributed to the global tendencies prevalent in film production and circulation, and in tandem lies the socio-cultural and political tenets occupying the structural base of these global tendencies. As such, it is both a methodology coming out of a cultural culvert, meanwhile highlighting the existence of such a culvert in the first place. Therefore, it is new and yet functions as a deconstructing instrument of the already existing. Firstly, the methodology demands to call into question and unravel the existing processes of what Spivak calls internalized gendering, and secondly, leads towards the importance of creating and analyzing the modes in which one can undo or deconstruct. So transnational cinema, similar to popular cinemas of respective linguistic categories or national cinemas of any given territory, is largely perceived as man-made. This is backed by the most provocative parameter set by Alison Bechdel through one of her characters in Dykes to Watch Out For. This is a comic work wherein the film is supposed to have three qualities for it to pass the test. Firstly, there must be at least two women characters in the film. Secondly, these two women characters must talk. And thirdly, they must talk about something other than a man, other than about a man. So incidentally, critics and cinema enthusiasts who have employed such a parameter even to contemporary productions have concluded that a majority of the films, both in the global as well as the local context, fail to fulfill such all the three criteria, and thus the question of gendering gains primacy over everything else, especially in contemporary times where there is an increased tendency in producing cross-national global films. While literature in general receives ample attention from this perspective, films and a majority of filmic aspects, beginning from narration, scene construction, shot creation, camera angle, light, sound, etc., all have the touches of male perspective to it, which has attained a sense of generalization or the common ground of cinematic production. The language of films, just as the language of literature and other discourses, has been critiqued as man-made. Films have also emerged out of a similar pejorative framework since the beginning, and thus attains a sense of universality, eliminating the particularities of gendered construction, or more appropriately, an androcentric construction of the cinematic language, both within the narrative as well as in the filmmaking processes. Laura Mulvey possesses a similar criticism, calling into question the androcentric necessity and purpose of filmmaking, wherein she views the camera itself as a phallocentric equipment. So feminist film criticism has indeed produced extensive arguments over these aspects inherent in modern filmmaking, and counterintuitively emerged the category called women's cinema or counter cinema across cultures. The concept of women's cinema or counter cinema, or any such attributive term coined for the similar purpose, once again poses the problem of restrictiveness of act of defining either through theory or practice, and thus the gaps and pitfalls get exposed within feminist film criticism. The current paper is restricting to the expansion of countercultures in filmmaking to the idea of women's cinema, mainly due to space constraint, and also since the exploration of all the other genders and sexualities as a counterculture, not simply to the phallocentric filmic tradition, but also to the women's cinema itself, demands a broader perspective beyond the dynamics of this binary. So Katarzyna Paskiewicz is in her exploration of the concept and genre of women's cinema states thus, women's cinema should alter first and foremost the language of cinema by means of denaturalization and estrangement, which would deconstruct the prevalent iconography of femininity and underscore the artificiality of these images. That resonates with Laura Mulvey's core argument over employing the strategies of defamiliarization as an instrument of pleasure destruction. While in the same fashion, she also goes on to highlight that women's cinema, instead of rejecting hegemonic models, women filmmakers can use them and change them from within, articulating an integral critique of sexist and bourgeois ideology. From these configurations, it gets to be articulated that when critics have talked about women's cinema either as a production category or as a genre, there's a significance of having a female filmmaker at the core of such filmic productions. Also, invariably, the focus is rather only upon filmmakers occupying the position more often as directors and not the lesser known contributory positions within the film production. Thus, warming back to the idea of viewing it from the perspective of auteur theory. From the perspective of gendering transnational cinema, which Floya Anthias describes, could be viewed within the ambit of the difference between how men and women relate to the nation and the nationalist project, along with the difference in their respective domestic and community spaces, highlight this dichotomous approach towards understanding transitions or shifts that women go through in such relations, especially in a diasporic or transnational community, needs to be addressed. And in it, the role of women filmmakers in rendering this probable disjunctive reality on the screen gains prominence. Meanwhile, the problem which evaluating diaspora beyond ethnicity addresses in general of the problem of homogenization of the entire female population referred to at the transnational level majorly figures within the conception of gendering transnational cinema in particular and women's cinema in general. Nonetheless, the gendering of transnational cinema wires in the necessity of drawing a circle of definable zones of critical interrogation, and thus, as already stated, the restrictive approach of the paper, the exploration would be confining to the presence and role of female filmmakers who have produced films that fall under the category of being transnational in nature. Paper will be focusing more on the content in terms of the narrative of such films and not on the production, distribution, circulation, and reception aspects at the transnational level due to time constraints, of course. For the paper will be exploring, I'll be exploring the films of Gurinder Chadha, the British Indian filmmaker who has received considerable recognition across the globe for her television and cinema ventures with addressing varying subjects, however, majorly into the presentation of the Asian diasporic community. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you
You
are
are,
audible.
ma'am.
Yes, I am facing network issues, so I am shuffling between devices. Sorry.
Baiba,
Yes, yes. Just a second. So,
you are audible.
okay, I am continuing. Gurinder Chadha has numerous films to her credit. However, the current
Please
paper would.
conclude.
Hello.
Yeah, please conclude.
Oh, okay. Um, Okay. The films that the paper focuses on is Bend It Like Beckham. It's a Wonderful Afterlife and Blinded by the Light. And I'm skipping the. Um, skipping some parts. So the narratives draw their historicity. Okay, the films are shown as yet going through their own problems, which signify their locational differences. Jess's, Mrs. Sethi's, and Javed's family, although are all immigrants, their problems appear within the horizon of cultural conflicts and gender relations. Jess in Bend It Like Beckham is interested and good at football, and she goes through great ordeals to finally choose the path of her ambition to be a football player like Beckham. Mrs. Sethi in It's a Wonderful Afterlife is anxious for her daughter Rupi to be married off before she passes away, and Javed in Blinded by the Light aspires to be a writer despite his father's continued anguish at his life choices. While these films are set in desperate socio-cultural context of Britain spreading across decades, the commonality in all of them remains the struggles the families go through in accommodating the influx of Western perspective into their living conditions. And this binds them all into a category, since incidentally Gurinder Chadha also took part in the writing process. And considering the time in which Gurinder Chadha began working in television and film production, especially when focused on challenging racism or coming to terms with cultural displacement, and more concerned with depicting a vibrant and diverse British Asian experience as well as exploring mainstream themes, the national film industry itself was perceived and codified as male. When it comes to gendering transnational cinema and conceptualizing primarily as a woman's filmmaker's venture into the field of production, which is predominantly viewed or codified as male itself, invites critical deliberation and questions. And her films will become a response to an Aristotelian mentality itself. And as an extension, the mere presence of a female being part of and also occupying the male space, but along with it, questioning and defying certain norms prevalent in the film industry, also gains primacy over the question of gendering of genres. And women are more likely to, and it is said, it is commented that women are more likely to work in the romantic comedy, documentary, and romantic drama genres, and least likely to work in the horror, action, and comedy genres. There is further the inclusion of other categories such as war movies and Western movies, which are once again fundamentally understood as masculine, and thus the predefined nature of the space of these genres gets doubly problematized. The choices women filmmakers have to make about such structural bias of the industry could be viewed as an either or condition, wherein sticking to the so-called feminine genres would eventually face double marginalization, both from female male-dominated academics on film and the ideologically grounded cinema aesthetics of the concept of women cinema. And attempting the directorial venture in the predefined and male-codified genres speak of them subscribing and subsuming to the masculine, and thus may amount to a failure in the creation of a different cinematic language, one that defies the language codified as male. The crisis such a categorization of cinematic genres presents to the female filmmakers, especially in any given industry, is tantamount to problematize any decisions they make or desires they express, since the already existing categories are bound to factor into the evaluation of films by female filmmakers. For instance, the choices of Catherine Bigelow, especially in relation to the film The Hurt Locker, attracted both appreciation for impinging on the so-called male genre of filmmaking and rendering it deconstructing the popular notion behind the making of war films, and meanwhile attracted criticism for the imitation of man-made cinematic language and leaving behind the issues and concerns of women within the given realm of the narrative, or even with the choice of the narrative. Similarly, Gurinder Chadha's uh, films um, also address this kind of a duality. The subjects chosen and the treatment in these films diversify the established popular understanding of transnational cinema in particular and women's cinema in general. The subject of Bend It Like Beckham and Jess's aspiration for life is to excel in football. Any sport narrative, especially football, is conceptualized as in alliance with the nature of sports itself. As Roland Barthes theorizes, first of all, we must bear in mind that everything that is happening to the player is also happening to the spectator. But whereas in the theater, the spectator is only a voyeur, in sport, he is also one of the actors. Implicating such an analogy upon sport films, it is witnessed that sport films as a genre is popularly codified as male primarily because of sport being a subject which has, for its times immemorial, has been constructed as yet another dynamic of masculinity. Following a similar line of thought, while the popular and dominant audience for cinema in general are imagined or catered to men, sport also becomes one such genre that is constructed as a male genre simply because sport is also already codified as male. As a spectator of these sport films is once again assumed to be men, whereas they are expected to not simply consume the exhibited attractions on the wide screen, but also take part as a respondent of
Please
the
conclude,
film's
Mebaraj.
actions. Yes, sir, last paragraph. So, nevertheless, the underlining factor of sports film is that it further extends a stretch of films for men, by men, and of men through such a genre, and a radical departure from such a conceptualization of films in general and sport films in particular is only marginally witnessed. Gurinder Jada's Bend It Like Beckham is one such departure, delineating other possible configurations within the same genre and yet not completely subscribing to the popular formula of the sports genre. Um, and she steals the pleasure or the satisfaction which you gain through the screen image and the close-up shots of a female body, wherein they are shown in grounds with shots of them falling down, rubbing off the blood from their knees. So there is an entirely different aesthetics that she develops with this kind of a narrative. So I think I will conclude. So, although Gurinder Chadha's attempts in these select films may be viewed as overstepping the male genre while failing to create a distinctively female genre, these overstepping must also be considered as foundational for the process of conceptualizing a female language for cinema. Undermining and deconstructing the so-called male genres, along with inducing a female perspective to the same genres, is a step in pointing at and questioning the assumed givens of the cinematic language, both of the national and the transnational. Thus, Chedda's response through these films is pointed at the commercial formula films of the UK as well as the androcentric production of transnational cinema at the global level. Therefore, it's not through negation, as Molvi says, that Chedda destabilizes the so-called male genres, but through what Claire Johnston terms a willful and conscious infiltration of these genres. So, I have ended the paper. Sorry, it was lengthier than
Thank you,
I
Mahima. Thank
expected.
you.
Yeah.
So in this paper, Mahima has discussed that how Gurinder Chadha has made attempts to transgress or overstep the male honor uh, in an attempt to create a distinctively female honor. And this attempt should be considered as basic or foundational to the process of the conceptualization of female language for cinema. Very good presentation, Mahima. Now the paper is open for queries. If there is any question. Yes, please. Is there any query? All right, we will move to the next paper. Next paper is
Thanks for the
by
opportunity,
Marietta.
sir.
Thank you very much. By Marietta Cosma. The title of the paper is Tracing Matrilineality in Alice Walker's Meridian and Gloria Naylor's Mama Day. Uh, Marietta is not feeling well, that is why she has requested that someone else may read her paper. So I request Anusha to please read the major parts of the paper, as the paper is a lengthy one. Should conclude within 10 minutes. All right, Anusha?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, please
Okay,
start.
I hope I do justice to the content, so please forgive me in advance. Uh, she starts writing. Cosma wants to explore the black nationalist assumption that motherhood is the sole pillar of communal life, crucial to the physical and cultural survival of black communities, through a consideration of Alice Walker's Meridian and Gloria Naylor's Mama Day. This chapter examines the role that Meridian, Mrs. Hill, Cocoa, and Miranda played as mothers in the cultural construction of their communities, and it examines to the degree to which these maternal figures are depicted as cornerstones of Black resistance and custodians of life-sustaining African American traditions, as well as how these novels position them as individuals. I choose to focus on Meridian and Mama Day, which are community-oriented and matrilineal narratives, because they memorialize and dignify Black women and their culture. I borrow the term matrilineal narrative from Tess Coslet, who defines it as, I quote, either tells the stories of several generations of women at once, or which shows how the identity of the central character is crucially formed by her female ancestors. I unquote. The women at the center of the narratives are chosen to investigate exist in a state of conflict vis-a-vis their community that queries the ordering practice of Black nationalism, the privileging of collective self-definition. Black women are particularly vulnerable to the regulating impulse of the communal, especially in the nationalist context. I skip now to the next part, where she talks about Black women resistance writers of the 1970s and 80s, these narratives of Black women resistance paid homage to Black women and the Black mothers specifically because of their quintessential role in the cultural construction of their communities. By commemorating strong Black foremothers and by honoring their contribution to the respective communities, both the authors, Walker and Naylor, imparted their imprint on Black cultural nationalism. They focus on this female matrilineal tradition, and it could be seen as a response to the masculine nationalist tradition, which is underscored by the Black Power movement in America. The masculine Black nationalist tradition valued women solely for their services to the patriarchal Black family, perceiving them as womb of Black fighters. So when Cosma discusses this 1970s PWR writers, she talks about how they were trying to bring into the forefront the inner conflicts of between Black mothers and Black daughters, and the love-hate relationship which they shared. And also she emphasizes that they portrayed these Black women resistance writers in 70s, the Black daughters driven with guilt due to the intergenerational conflict they experience. So I come to the next part. This was they were influenced by the civil rights movement and the feminist movements of the 1960s, and they became more vocal, the BWR writers, about how Black women are as individuals transformed the social landscape of America through participating in social protests. For instance, in Meridian, the protagonist tries to counter the extremes of conformity and individualism through her role as an activist in the civil rights, as both extremes force her into feeling isolated from her community. In the next section, focusing on matrifocal nationalism and the fear of disinheritance in the 1980s, Cosma argues that Black female writers of the 1980s, they created charismatic female characters commemorating their unique feminine folk cultures, and the novels lavish praise on Black mothers and foremothers, evoking a womanist ideology that sprang from African dreams, myths, histories, and memories. So, home over here was a central locus of reproduction of Black culture. Black foremothers were seen as the guardian of this home culture. The self-knowledge, it does not have too much to do in these narratives of BWR. The self-knowledge does not have to do so much about understanding individual identity, but it also has mostly to do with connecting to one's ancestral legacy and relating on an individual level to the Black mothers in their community. First, she focuses on Mama. She has raised a lot of questions. I'm skipping to that now. To what extent are mothers central or peripheral to identity formation, both for individual and collective levels? And she examines mainly the two novels that have been taken into consideration here, Meridian and Mama Day. I'm skipping because of shortage of time. And she also tries to examine how both the authors have constructed, deconstructed, and reconstructed motherhood and significance of those gestures for political implications of their writing. She starts with the question of the self, feminist consciousness, and the self of the women in the face of motherhood. And she also invokes Bell Hooks' radical subjectivity in this regard. And she says that Cosma says that she wants to extend her idea of selfhood by moving away from merely interrogating the individual's self-awareness to examine the communal aspect of the interaction of mothers. So the key question which she wants to ask is whether this paradigm of individual's experience as a collective experience is rather overgeneralization, a vast homogenization of the nationalist experience. First, she has talked about personal and political subjectivity in Alice Walker's second novel, Meridian, which is a coming-of-age story set in the US civil rights movement of the protagonist, Meridian Hill. The Walker has explored notions of individual autonomy, self-reliance, and self-realization central to the tradition of the Bildungsroman, exposing how self relates to the society. She accounts for Meridian's relationship with her mother in her effort to find her identity and develop a completeness of being. In this section and the succeeding sections, Cosma wants to talk about how personal and political subjectivity are not seen as something opposite, or where political transformation is seeming to privilege personal subject, which seems to, the personal subjectivity is not seen as something which supersedes the political praxis, but she wants to show the connection between the two subjective discourses. The most prominent obstacles which she says that the protagonist faces is the quest of selfhood in traditional image of motherhood. And she talks about her Meridian, the protagonist's emotional and psychological incapability of dealing with sex as a process, or as a motherhood as a experience. She leaves the baby, and she links it. Cosma links it with the kind of motherhood she experienced, Meridian experiences from her mother, who is again a very traditional and traditional kind of a black female woman. She talks about how Meridian denounces motherhood because the demands of the role of the mummy are stifling, and she views her mother as black motherhood personified because she is very self-sacrificing. For Meridian, the insurgent self-awareness comes out when she breaks free from her mother's possessive hold. And Meridian also feels unworthy about her maternal history because she doesn't, and she gives away her own son. But black women had fought to keep their own children, so she is aware of the foremothers' endorsement of motherhood, and also aware of the gap that is there between that and her own ambivalent thoughts about motherhood as an institution. Then Cosma talks about how she rejects embodying the figure of the happy mother as it would stunt her growing individualism. And Meridian starts thinking about committing suicide, but nobody is aware of this because she feels excluded from her community because of her thoughts. I am skipping one section, and I'm coming to her Meridian's involvement in civil rights movement, where she's somehow she takes on a masculine role, and she looks and acts like a male. And Cosma argues that Meridian experiences a queer subversion of identity as she escapes her position of a woman. She exposes leadership qualities which are typically associated with males, and there is a symbolic inversion of roles which occur in this scene, and Meridian triumphs over tradition and patriarchal authority. She is striving towards creating an androgynous fluid self, deconstructing the prescribed roles, stifling her personal growth. So she does not object to mothers bearing children or children themselves, but she feels that the individual personality cannot be sacrificed in the wake of having children. And that the only way Meridian can escape from this unwanted role is to leave the child and distance herself from the family. So this is about the first novel. Now Cosma comes to the second novel of of Mama Day by Gloria Naylor on the black mother's identity. She's focusing on the protagonist Miranda Day, who is a small character in the entire novel, but she is very important in the face of what W.E.B. Du Bois had talked about, double consciousness that black people in America face of having two identities and somehow trying to unify them as one. Cosma says, I would like to argue that the merging of these two identities is best exemplified by Miranda, widely known as Mama Day. Miranda Day has been overlooked in the academic discourse, yet I submit that she must be the primary character in discussion, and therefore she is at the center of my discussion. In the next sections, we see how she's talking about Cosma is talking about Miranda Day as a granddaughter of a revolutionary Sapphira Wade, who was the founder of Willow Springs, the community, and had to kill the master Bascom Wade, the father of her 7 children, and she returned to Africa walking across the ocean. So Mama Day is the descendant, and she becomes a foremother. There is a lot of stress in these sections about cultural memory and community. And her, I know that I am extending the time limit. Just 2 minutes.
Please conclude, Anusha.
Yeah, 2 minutes, sir. In these sections, she has emphasized on how motherhood is transmitted as a community's history. There is an emphasis on community, but because of personal situations, Miranda Day, though she is not a mother herself, she becomes a community mother, and that aspect has been examined in these sections. The conclusion, I would like to just say that yeah, 1 minute. Yeah. The concluding statement I will read and leave it. Walker and Naylor acknowledge the respect for motherhood that African American culture professes, and at the same time contend that women should be valued for themselves and not reduced to a function. Being a mother does not necessarily proceed from being a biological mother, it is a state of mind. That's the end. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Anusha. Actually, Marietta is not feeling well, and she has sent an email that she has tested positive for COVID. That is why her voice is not audible. And at the same time, she has requested that if there is any query, then feel free to reach out to her through her email address. So we'll share the paper and her email address with all of you. If there is any query, then feel free to ask her. With this technical session is over. The fourth technical session is over. We had 4 presentations and good interaction over these papers. I am very much thankful to you for participating and for the interaction. Once again, thank you very much.
Vipin, sir?
Ji, Haji.
Should we begin, sir?
Definitely, sir.
Yeah. So, Sravya S.R. Nohin. There. Okay, Nohin is there. Um, Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you to the last technical session of this great successful conference. On day 2 of the conference, we have 4 papers in the last session. I welcome all the speakers as well as participants um, who have joined us after lunch. In this session, as you must have already participated in other technical sessions, and you know that we have a time limit which we would expect the presenters to follow, simply for the reason that everybody should get equal time. And the time that every presenter gets is 15 minutes for delivering the talk, presenting the paper, followed by 5 minutes for discussion. So it is 15 plus 5. And personally, just not to disturb your flow of presentation, after 15 minutes, I will drop a message in chat box, and you can automatically understand that it is time. The time is up for you. So let us invite our first speakers in this session. We have Sravya S.R. Nohin and Cherian Binu, who are going to present a paper on Stranger in a Strange Land, Diasporic Identity and Nostalgia in Taslima Nasreen's Homecoming. I invite Sravya and Cherian to present their paper.
Okay, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible, sir.
Okay, I will just present my screen.
Yes, your screen is visible, sir. You can go ahead.
Okay, this one. This one. Is it visible for everybody to see this screen?
Yes, it's visible to
Okay.
everyone. I hope so. It is visible to me, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, one and all. My name is Nohin Cherian Binu, and I have a companion name, Sravya Asar, and I'm doing my MA English at CMS College, Kottayam at Trivandrum, and she's also doing her MA English at Christ Nagar College, Marnallur at Trivandrum. So, without more introduction, we are directly moving on to the topic. So the topic name is Stranger in a Strange Land, Diasporic Identity and Nostalgia in Taslim and Nasrin's Homecoming. So the word stranger in a strange land, we know that the diasporic term deals with the person moves from one home country to the host country. We know that we are already a stranger in the host country, but what if the situation comes like we feel same strangerity at the home country? So this is very weird and we cannot accept it. So this is what the novel speaks about. So this is what stranger in a strange land. The protagonist of this novel feels both stranger in home country and the host country. So this is the theme of this novel. So moving on to the first slide, what is diasporic literature? So the word diasporic has its roots in Greek language. Etymologically, this means like scattering of seeds during the process of sowing. But when come to the literary discourse, the term diaspora is used to designate scattered or dispersed network of ethnically or culturally related people who have moved from their home country to the host country. So there is a code written by Bill Ashcroft, Gareth Gift, and Helen Tiffin that diaspora is a voluntarily or forcibly movement by the people from home country to the host country. So like it's the post-colonial theory also studies that immigrant and diasporic identities either as a celebration of migration or as a traumatic incident of the exiled communities who have encountered a double consciousness which attempts to measure oneself by means of a nation that looked back in contempt. So the diasporic exists in the host country as a community. So, but there is a constant and unending nostalgic longing for the home country, and the immigrant faces many types of dislodgement, discontinuity, alienation, assimilations, identity crisis, and these are the factors that affect due to the diasporic problem. So, like the person diasporic literature has its roots in the sense of loss, alienation, and the quest for identity. So, like it is categorized by the overwhelming nostalgia for the homeland. So, this is all about their homeland. So, they will remember their homeland, and their collective memories will make collective memories of home will contribute to the isolation and helplessness in the immigrants. So, like, they will always feel like a stranger in the host country, and they will try to collect the memories of the home country. Even though they come back to the home country, they will feel like they are stranger in the home country too. So this is what diasporic literature deals about. So moving on to the next slide, aim of this article. So this article, which I'm going to present before you, is like just doing the analysis of the primary text Homecoming, written by Taslim and Nasrin, and the key concept of post-colonial as well as diaspora studies will help us to analyzing this primary resource. And we also have used many of the secondary resources such as YouTube videos, articles, etc., in order to make this analysis more effective. So the dissertation is limited only to one single text to accomplish this findings very successfully, considering the constraints of time and scope of the project. So there are innumerable number of discourses of different diasporic communities which can be utilized for the possible fields of research in the future. So, like, moving on to the next slide, this is the aim of this article. Moving on to the next slide, diasporic literature role in this novel, Homecoming, written by Taslim and Nansari. Actually, this novel was published in 1994. So, where a girl, a Hindu woman, who is compelled to leave from her home country to the host country. So, this girl never settles down in the host country as she feel deracinated, displaced from their from her home country, and earns for a eventual return. So we know that it is a girl who is facing a problem. We know that the women and children are the weaker society in the weaker in the society. So especially a woman character who face this problem will be very pathetic, and we cannot imagine. And like, this girl shares the fate of millions of other migrants who have faced the challenge of finding a home, who in turn realizes of its non-existence. So, like, this present study, Stranger in a Strange Land, Diasporic Identity and Nostalgia, will strive to analyze the diasporic identity, the resultant trauma, and the sense of homelessness which has been experienced by this protagonist throughout the novel. So this is the this is what the diasporic literature have made a role in this novel. Moving on to the next slide, the core idea of this novel is that the major reason for the development of trauma in the immigrants is who undergo deracinations in their painful assimilation in order to adjust with the host country. So, like, the immigrants are forced to adjust to the host country due to several reasons, including the impossible return to the homeland due to war-like circumstances, financial problems. So the case of a married woman or married immigrant woman is a lot worse, taking in the inability to take a leave from their domestic jobs, like from their duties of raising children, pregnancy related efficiency. So, like, I've mentioned, like, the girl or a woman who is facing this difficulty will be very pathetic, and she cannot face these problems. Like, the immigrant woman endure pain of uprooting from their homeland by occasionally having nostalgic visit to their past home. Even though they come back to the home country, they cannot feel that same feelings of their home country that they have enjoyed much before. So this is what the core idea of this novel goes on. So the problems, the problems, the difficulties, the painful assimilation. So they feel both stranger in the home country and the host country. So um, moving on to the next slide, how the protagonist Kalyani, the protagonist name is Kalyani. So how she faces this diasporic identity. So this protagonist is a victim of cultural shock, and as she is exposed to multiple cultural pattern due to voluntary or involuntary displacement. So the cultural clash also hinders this protagonist's identity formation. Like, this girl felt like things are far away from my hand. So, like, she feels that she cannot reach to her home country, So this is what she feels. So if one part of the protagonist's identity crisis is the result of her uprooting from Bangladesh to Calcutta, another part of her crisis and enuses from her inability to match the concept of home of the present and the past. So the incapacity of identifying with her homeland commences from the journey to her ancestral home. So this is what all the problems which has been faced by the protagonist in this novel. So by these all slides we can find that how the people, this single girl is a representation of million people who have faced this diasporic problem, even though right now we have pandemic COVID. So nowadays the people are very lazy to go to works or back to normal day-to-day works. Like once we are be in the online section, or when we are be in the online platform after the COVID or after the post-COVID era, we are now also feeling very laziness to come back in the normal state. So we never feel like going back to the schools, going back to the office for normal working. Like we all prefer for online. So like that we are on a we're staying in a far distance by in order to seeing it. So this diasporic also have a problem, like the person will always be in a backstage, so he cannot go to her home country. So by concluding my statement, this says that nobody crosses the same river twice. So there is no return because history goes on. So return is just a visit to a place of memory or to the memory of a place. What it is this feeling of loneliness within her or within that protagonist or within all people who had a deep desire for the good old past days which they have always longed for, but is unfortunately caught between the traumatic past and the suffocating future of never-ending diasporic trauma. So by this, I'm just concluding my presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much for hearing me once.
Thank you, Mr. Binu. It was a very precise and focused presentation. Now we open the house for discussion. If the participating members have any question, any query, or anything to ask to the presenter, they can go ahead. Right. I would personally like to make an interjection in this sense, which is, Binu, I hope I'm audible to you.
Yes, sir.
I was thinking about the idea of nostalgia, because your paper focuses a lot on the theme of nostalgia. Of course, strangeness is also there. But as you see, in the Indian context, we also have a concept. I don't know whether in your cultural context, what you may have a different term to describe it. But people, especially people coming from eastern Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, they have a concept of Videshia. So, Videshia is a form of song also. Videshia is a form of song, and there are many writings on the same themes, like Pehla Girmitia is based on Gandhi's life by Viraj Kishore. Now, when we talk about nostalgia, the concept of Videshia is very different, because it is used for the people, especially the Bihari migrant workers who went to Suriname and the Caribbeans, as well as the people who went to
there are people who come from to Kerala too.
They come to Kerala, they go to many places, and even the people who used to go to Kolkata or Calcutta when it was a thriving city under the British, they were also used to go be called Videshia. And the nostalgia of not just the people who migrate or who dislocate, the people also who are left behind, if you're talking about just the nostalgia aspect of it. So don't you think that nostalgia is something which may be, like, even if you talk about the people who got displaced because of the partition in both Punjab and West Bengal, there's also an element of nostalgia. So when we are talking about strangeness, can there be anything else which can be helpful to define nostalgia for such diasporic communities that Taslima Nasreen is talking about in Homecoming. Because nostalgia is, for example, even our students who are maybe here in studying in Punjab, they have a nostalgia for the places they come from, and all those kind of food and fragrance and the kind of even the
Yeah.
seasons they are. So what else we can consider if we talk about the diasporic experience, and especially strangeness of experience that we see? Uh, just you can express your opinion on it.
Like you were asking me an example or a more definition, more
No, I'm saying, is there anything else which should be added to nostalgia to make this
like
strangeness understandable?
nostalgia. It's like we can feel like right now we are doing this program in an online platform without seeing the face, even though I am just hiding my face from you. So like we are sitting far a distance and we are in our safe zone, so we are not trying to come out. Like if at all in all before COVID, pre-COVID period, we all go to offices, go to schools, go to colleges, we enjoy with socializing. But right now even the parents prefer for the students to sit inside the home and study. That's also nostalgia. We will like we will think how these kids can sit in this inside a home and study with mobile phones, with like without seeing the face, just the black box, like letters D, A, E, F, E, G, etc. So, like this is also a nostalgia. We can also connect this nostalgia to that. This present era, we are all like in a nostalgic. Like we never uh, get the old type of, uh, but the essence or the type of which we have lived earlier.
Yeah, your response is good, but in a way, I was proposing that maybe we can consider other aspects, especially when we are talking about homecoming. Like nostalgia is one thing, which would be like, even if I'm sitting in my office, I can be nostalgic about my canteen or food like that. That can be momentary also, because that is one of the experience that even if you are not a diasporic person, if you are not displaced in that sense, that discursive category sense, then also nostalgia is there, but maybe a little less, like kind of, especially the secondary existence that you often go through. Your presentation and the text reminds me of Rohinton Mistri's uh, swimming lessons. I don't know whether have read it or not, but there's this short story which talks about swimming lesson, which becomes a metaphor for assimilation. Because if you know about Rohinton Mistry, he's a Parsi from Mumbai, who is based in Canada. The swimming in itself is an attempt by the author, or rather the narrator in the story, to assimilate to a new culture. So maybe. As far as the strangeness of the experience is concerned, apart from nostalgia, there is also this aspect of identity when we talk about the diaspora.
Yeah,
Do you see
identity
it that way?
crisis.
Do you see
Yeah,
it that way? Yeah.
yeah, identity crisis. This will always also be a problem. Like where we actually belong to, we will have a confusion. So like between home and the host country, even when we look onto this novel, like the protagonist is like facing identity crisis even when she stands in the home country, because the globalization have engulfed her country. So
Yeah.
like in old childhood days, she have passed with very beautiful ecosystem. Right now, when after 20 years, when this protagonist reached back to her home country, she finds that everything have changed, and she cannot believe that this was her home once. So like
Yes.
standing in her own homeland, she feels loneliness.
Right, great. Thank you, Binu, and your co-writer also,
Yes.
Kavya. We thank you very much for participating in the conference. And now we move on to our next presentation of this session, which is by Sweta. And the topic is Sport Nationalism, Power Discourses Within Games and the Emergence of Nationalism. I'm looking forward to this presentation. This is a very interesting topic. The stage is yours, Sweta.
Am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
You're audible, but maybe your volume is a concern. I think you have to be a little bit
Okay.
louder, or maybe closer to the mic.
Okay, sir.
Okay, now it's fine.
I'm
Yeah.
Shweta, PhD scholar, University of Calicut. My paper titled sport nationalism, power discourses within games, and the emergence of nationalism. In the contemporary understanding, nation is a significant structural and ideological unit of the world. Even in our primary cartographical imagination of world, nation represented as accurately separated individual units. In that sense, modern spatial consciousness has developed around the concept of nation. Benedict Anderson conceptualized it in his epoch making work, Imagined Communities, about the invisible belonging that it makes. The aggregations of different kinds of people who were not met or heard each other's suddenly develop an image of their communion. Therefore, each individual is living in the image of his or her communion. This includes the common practices, values, and traditions. The nation is a multidimensional concept which includes a specific pack of human population, a historic territory, common myths and memories, a mass public culture, a common economy and polity, and a common legal rights and duties. Eric Hobsbawm, in his Invention of Tradition, postulates how the concept of nation naturalized by repeated national rituals. The elementary concept of nation works by creating cohesion among diverse communities. Emil Durkheim explains in his groundbreaking work, The Elementary Forms of Religious Life, that the sense of unity and common belonging develop through the quasi obligatory ritualistic actions. In modern democratic states, nationalism activated as a civic religion. The image of national flag raised, lowered, and waved can harmonize the heartbeat of an entire community. Rituals and performances have long been objects of study, producing numerous important works from Emil Durkheim, classical discussion of the intense feeling of solidarity that can arise from collectively performed rituals, to Victor Turner's insights on their transformational potential, and Irving Goffman's dramaturgical aspect of everyday interactions, to Judith Butler's elucidation of performative aspect of identity, to name but a few key texts. This provides a strong ground to discuss the ways in which socio and political life is performed and ritualized. The concept of modern nation recurrently demands the sacrifice of individual for a common purpose. In the modern discourses, games became one of the important national ritual. In late 19th century and the beginning of 20th century, there was a bloom of national sporting. The iconic examples were cycling in France, New Zealand Rugby Union, soccer craze in England, Gaelic football in Ireland. The entire nation divided into two as spectators and participators, through which sports provided the token for membership in a country. The sporting nation represents a non-porous cohesive community. Sports, in that sense, metamorphosed into a metaphoric connective between the diverse cultural subsets. Sports actively participate in the process of inculcating national feeling among masses. The modern national state encompassed in and expressed through popular sporting practices, events, spectacle. Sometimes, sometimes the sports person can act like a military person who distant represent the nation and participate in the contest of war for protecting the supremacy and pride of nation. Hence, there is a strong undercurrent in between the symbolic significance of sport and military. In pagan and modern social structures, war narratives play an important role to bind the whole members of society. These narratives express essential sense of identity as insiders and outsiders. The potential threat from an outside enemy strengthens the internal power relations. The sense of duty, obligation towards the power, the glorification of martyrdom are corollary to such community constructions. The American philosopher William James called for the creation of a moral equivalent of war, the search for something other than war that would enhance a person's self discipline and self sacrifice. Now, sports perform that particular role. This claim is examined in the context of politics, religion, and racism. Nationalism is increasingly important in shaping the identity of life, both collective and private. Awareness of nationalism in a nation can build together to achieve, maintain, and perpetuate the identity, integrity, and prosperity of the nation. The discourse of nation or nationalism can always use the language of symbols so that the concept of nation penetrate deep into the cultural memory of the mass. Popular games are the fertile ground for such symbolic discourses. The universal language of symbols are effortlessly communicate and connect with diverse sects of people. The overtones of aggressive national representations are increasing day by day. In the beginning of 20th century, the ubiquity of religious icons replaced by national icons. For example, the changes of chess pieces, religious chess pieces to secular chess pieces. The visual representation has a considerable command and reach upon people in various societies for a range of purposes. Icons may become charged notions of authenticity, and implicit power bestows an aura of legitimacy. The change in the state ideology manifests symbolically in popular games and certain iconic sports spectacle. The idea of exceptionalism is an important aspect of nationalism. It explains national identity by projecting uniqueness and difference from others. The aspiration to be quintessentially different entity is also reflecting in sports. These specific sports these specific sports are vehicle for expressing national identity. Sporting insularity is an important aspect of American nationalism. Sports spectacle provides a symbolic arena for ritualistic display or performance of nationalism. The historical and structural peculiarities of games are deeply connected to the socio-political and cultural conditions. The preface of Ramachandra Guha's famous work, A Corner of a Foreign Field, says 19th century England gave the world the road, and theory of evolution, but also football, rugby, and cricket. Thus, games introduced to colonized nations with the ideologies of metropolis. Cricket lacks wild physical fights as it is present in rugby and football. The game quintessentially characterized as an Anglo-Saxon game. In the early colonial period, cricket was an important recreational game for colonial masters. Native people were attracted to this game. Especially, the acceptance of cricket among the people of Asiatic society was immense. In cricket, match, matches and test series are deeply ritualistic, most of them knitted around a myth which justifies the rivalry. For example, Ashes Test is the most celebrated cricket match between England and Australia. It is the devoted remembrance of English cricket, which symbolically died at Orwell, 29th August 1882, accompanied with the mourning of friends and acquaintances. It is believed that the body will be cremated and the ashes will take into Australia. The India-Pakistan cricket rivalry is one of the most famous and ferocious sporting rivalries in the world. The partition of British India in 1947 gave birth to two independent sovereign nations. Wherever these nations started to confront, the violent underlying history of partition began to haunt. The arch-rival relationship of two nations began to face off in cricket ground. Cricket became the common arena for performing a symbolic war or proxy war. When the Indian cricket team took to the field for its third ODI against Australia in Ranchi on Friday, they wore military caps as a sign of solidarity with the 40 troopers of CRPF killed in Kashmir's Pulwama. This is dangerous terrain for the national cricket team to tread. Another recent example during India's opening World Cup 2019 against South Africa, covered on ground with a glove displayed paramilitary insignia. Another recent example is from 2018 Football World Cup, where Albanian Eagle celebration controversy caught attention of the world. Albania's national flag was at the center of Switzerland's 2-1 victory of Serbia at the World Cup. Switzerland's Shaka and Shakri celebrated their goals by making a nationalist symbol of their ethnic Albanian heritage. Switzerland's both these players put their thumbs cocked and fingers outstretched to make what looks like the double-headed eagle displayed on Albanian flag. The thumbs represent the heads of two eagles, while the fingers look like wings. The gesture is likely to inflame tensions among Serb nationalists and ethnic Albanians. The rugby match is considered as a game of violent actions and movements. The aggressive formation changes began to appear in rugby after the two lethal world wars. The rugby game tactics based on violence almost disappeared. The teams began to adopt violent, aggressive action plans and formations. The two world wars were the cathartic point of aggressive nationalism. During the time of world wars, each nation tried to bound the people close to the discourse of nationalism so that they can fight with enemy as a whole unit. By concluding the paper, the constant intersection of both politics and state and games prove that both these domains are interacting actively and together form certain meanings and ideologies. Games represent and shapes the idea of state. As military is a physical and mental exercise of state's power, games evolved into the state of a symbolic military exercise. The players are worshipped as the national heroes and venerated as a military person. His actions on the playground is on behalf of the country, as each soldier represents his country on the battlefield. These overtones of aggressive nationalistic expressions on the ground diminished the positive discourses that games put forward. As primitive social groups used games to glue the diverse cultural groups, it is necessary to develop the ideas of unity and brotherhood from our sporting field. It is the need of the time to encourage the sporting fields to unite what was separated by battlefields. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweta. This was indeed a very hard look at how nationalism is expressed as a spectacle on sports arenas. Now I invite questions and queries for Sweta. Anyone? Questions? Right. I think this is a very interesting thought that how sports is driven by nationalism, and it's very obvious. It's very apparent. However, I would like to make one correction, which is about the myth about Ashes, the series between Australia and England, which is played every year. It has nothing to do with the with people kind of getting killed on the field and their ashes being carried. Actually, it was more about an English paper in 1882 writing an obituary of English cricket after a very shameful defeat, and it reported that English cricket's ashes will be taken to Australia and cremated there. So then onwards, they have this tradition.
Of course, sir. I actually intended that. I don't know how you.
It's all right, but the second thing is that on the one side we have this resurrection of the phantom of nationalism everywhere, especially in this spectacle. On the other hand, there's also a different discourse emerging, and this is where I would like you to comment or invite your thoughts about leagues. All the sports leagues that you have, be it Bundesliga or Premier League or Indian Premier League that we have in cricket. How do you look at all these leagues, sports leagues, where national identities are transcended? On one behalf, we know how eager the Pakistani cricketers were and still are to be a part of Indian Premier League because of all its financial promises. And the second thing is that once again, all these Premier Leagues, they make very localized appeals, right? So that's like kind of Whistle Podu would be kind of a very localized idea of the state identity, also the linguistic and cultural identity of Tamil people. So, don't you think that because of the technology and because of this new situation, there is an alternative narrative which is also emerging, and which immensely undercuts the idea of old idea of the nation state or nationalism?
Sir, thank you. Um, as you mentioned about IPL and league matches that are going on, in for that there is an earlier example of derby matches that happen in Western countries. For example, in football in India, the arch rivalry in between Mohammedan FC and Mohan Bagan. But when you're looking deep into the history of those teams, there is a cause that triggered this rivalry in between these teams. In IPL, as we can see, players are from different national teams, and it's a actually celebration of commercial, success, and all discourses are much more commercial. But in such derby matches, for example, Manchester United or club, these kinds of arch rivalry, there are ethnic reasons appear in this rivalry, their history and their politics also. um, uh, we can see the overtones of these politics in their discourses. So I think there are ethnic reasons other than the nationalistic reasons, subsets of nationalism.
Yeah, I very much accept. I'm not saying that the old school that nationalism is gone. Maybe we can kind of just take a clue from Guy Debord, who talks about this spectacle in modern times, and everything has become a spectacle, be it the traditional nationalism and kind of celebrating that identity, and be it transcending those identities and kind of forming a new identity which kind of mingles with a lot of other identities, which happens in the case of leagues. So maybe there's not just one story, there are multiple stories emerging simultaneously from different points, and that's why it's exciting. But thank you very much. Unless anyone else has any query or question, we thank you very much for participating. In Alpna ma'am has a question. Professor Alpna Sani, please.
Hello, Shweta. I am sorry I could not hear the whole of your presentation, but I heard almost the first three quarters of your presentation. There was a call in between, so I had to go. So, what I wanted to ask you about, I don't know whether you have covered it in the last part of your paper, but I'd like to know whether you have an opinion of world cricket incorporating the Black Lives Matter movement. I don't know whether you have covered it or not, because there was an incident in the last World Cup when Quinton de Kock refused to, uh, sign for the Black Lives Matter, and he was suspended for one day, and then he apologized and came back. So, what kind of, this kind of identity of Black people and Indians supported this movement, although we don't have any racial issues in India. So what kind of narrative this kind of incorporation of a class identity or a race identity say?
I haven't mentioned this incident as such, but mentioned about how racism, also sports and games as an institution, always reflect all these kinds of racist or national conflicts and discourses. For example, how Materazzi, the headbutt incident between Materazzi and Zidane is an iconic spectacle. Even now, it's an iconic incident. So we can see these kinds of conflicts in the in the sports grounds and the discourses that going on. So we can't say in India actually as a team supported that cause, but we know that how we as spectators we reacted to Mohammad Shami in one match when he performed with his performance. We were upset, but our reaction to Mohammad Shami was in a different way. That discourse again shows that racism or or ethnic conflict. All these kinds of things are working differently in different, I think, different contexts. Even in India, it happened in a different way.
Thank you, Shweta. Yours was a very interesting paper. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So we move on to the third paper in this session, which is by Mr. Ehtesham Vakil, and he's going to speak on his topic is just a minute, sir. His topic is the issue of national identity in Amitabh Ghosh's The Circle of Reason. I invite Mr. Ehtesham Vakil, and sir, feel free to correct me if I have not pronounced your name correctly.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Yes, you have pronounced my name in very correct way, sir. I am really happy. I am really happy. My name is really difficult to utter. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Here I am going to present a paper on the issue of national identity in the circle of reason. I am from SNJB's Arts Commerce College, which is located in a very small town of Nasik district in Maharashtra. Sir, here I begin my presentation. So I would like to comment upon Ghosh's real interest in his fictional world. So Ghosh deals with the plight of common people, the people who are marginalized, and in a way, he goes against historical grand narratives. So this tendency to peep into the lives of common man, common people, and masses is clearly seen in Amitav Ghosh novels. So here I begin my presentation. The problematic of national identity is that it excludes groups who are on the move within its own geographical category. It means within the geographical, even within the territories of nation, and deprives them of opportunities for socio-economic development. The cataclysmic events of partition and wars have also bearings upon the national identity. The people affected by these events do find it difficult to incorporate into the mainstream. They are displaced, dispossessed, and in the multicultural nation states, the cultural and religious divisions come to the fore. The memories of historical catastrophes are evoked to destabilize social structure and to create cultural tensions and myriad forms of internal stripes. Some of these aspects of national identity are delineated in Amitav Ghosh, The Circle of Reason. Most of the characters in the novel move from their homelands to far off areas and bereft of socio-economic benefits of the diasporic elitist form of migration. They are devoiced and do not fit into the patterns of citizenship of matured nation states. The ships that carry them lack modern amenities. They are, in many a sense, marginalized entities that do not enjoy the fruits of the globalized trade. The plight of down on the ladder migratory laborers is brought to the fore in the novel The Circle of Reason. It highlights the writer's engagement with the dehistoricized people. The writer forms a counter-nation narrative wherein concerns of people having no sense of belonging to the common land and a common culture are projected. The region of Lalpukur, where the initial part of the novel is set, suffers twice from the Holocaust of partition. It is crowded by the groups of refugees who are not incorporated into the mainstream due to prevalent caste hierarchies. They do not have socio-economic spaces at their native land as they are others there, others at their places also. So they lose hope of moving back to their previous homelands. the problematic of doubleness intensifies in Alu, the protagonist of the novel, who is a refugee and an orphan, goes by making him a protagonist, challenges the grand narratives, and proclaims his engagement with the personal worlds of the underprivileged classes. Although looked after by a well-educated rationalist, Balram, Alu takes up weaving as a career under the tutelage of Shambhu Devnath, and the latter moves to Gulf to derive the benefits of flourishing construction centers, but ends up belonging neither to his root nor to the Gulf. The migrant form an alternative to modern state in the house of Zindi, a woman of dubious character. They form a cohesive society based upon plurality and commonality of economic interest. Zindi shelters people belonging to different religions. The migrants propose a model of self-sufficient microeconomic system which will mutually benefit all the laborers. They see a dream of self-contained Gandhian Ramraj economy, announcing a stateless mechanism which will eventually eradicate the ills of private economy. Gandhi, throughout his life, opposed the Western models of economics and politics as they eventually resort to exploitation of weaker section and spread political violence. As commented by Richard Dixon, the circle of reason is an allegory of traditional village by modernizing influx of modern culture, modern Western culture, and subsequent displacement of non-European people by imperialism. Those things that British used weaving to monopolize the natives. In ancient times, weaving connected the different parts of the world. It transcended the geographical boundaries. Symbolically, it represented an interconnected and interdependent world. It always emphasized the need for preserving human values. It made a single world wherein social and cultural differentiations were dissolved. The modernization of weaving culminated in the overthrowing of traditional skills and transferred the mass-oriented native forms of production to the imperial metros and resulted into unequal flows from the Asian subcontinent to the colonial powers. Weaving lost the social course and functions and reflected the greed and coercive practices of colonial rulers. It was in the last phase of Indian freedom movement that Gandhi appealed the Indians to sustain the cottage industries as a means of protest against centralizing economic policies of Great Britain. Khadi and Swadeshi campaigns of Mahatma Gandhi marked a return to indigenous ways of the natives that challenged the capitalist forms of trade. A major impact of modern viewing trade is the shift of laborers to other developing sectors in the Gulf. The Gulf is still full of laborers from Southeast Asian countries. The migrants are sheltered in the novel at Zindi. Zindi adopts the traditional humanist practices to support a host of migrants who are not in any sense the beneficiaries of globalization. They engage in smaller trades to earn a livelihood. One of the very distinctive features of Zindi's house is that it accommodates the people who do not share the bonds of birthplace and kinship, yet create associative links. It forms an alternative domesticity. Zindi, though she is involved in illegal practices, shows very maternal concerns. When Alu disappears from the after the collapse of the building named Star, Zindi responds that he will be found out and she cannot exert all her energies on searching for him. She has a preoccupation of looking after other migrants also. Migrant form our suite, our work system. It challenges economic aspects of privatization and envisions the abolition of private property. It is effectively put to practice as they have at least some surplus money. The migrant creates xenophobia among the native groups. Ultimately, they are attacked by the established businessmen and their dreams remain unfulfilled. As opposed to the migration of marginalized laborers, we have Mishra in Algeria. For he is an educated person. For him, it is a means of improving economic lot. Mishra's elite background makes him assimilate into an alien culture. He praises Algerian policies of maintaining rapport with India and oil-producing countries also. Zindi's migration to Algeria strips them of their past. Zindi is referred to as Fatiha. Her name owes allegiance to Fatima, a towering figure in Islam, and Fateh, which means victory. Zindi neither possesses spiritual qualities nor she is victorious in any sense. She is rather characterized by a lacuna. She is abandoned by her husband and loses her familial stature. At Alexandria, she makes a vain attempt to reconcile with her family, but she is called a whore and driven out of the house. Kulfi's participation in the performance of Tagore's Chitrangada to commemorate the second anniversary of Indian state at Algeria recalls the rigid caste equations in India. Zindi does not belong to any country, yet she forms standards by which identity of a, a lower caste Kulfi be constructed. She disapproves Kulfi playing the role of princess. To Zindi, she is an abandoned woman left by her husband to whoring. She has requested Zindi to find some sophisticated work for her. Kulfi asserts that her imaginary identity offered to her by intellectual Mrs. Verma is far more important than Zindi's social status. According to Kulfi, her short timed acquaintance with an elite woman has somewhat altered power equation, and her renewed identity is looked with a sense of detestation by Zindi. In Circle of Reason, Ghosh deals with the impacts of consumerist culture on the individuals. A migrant, Rakesh, sells Ayurvedic laxatives. They are not up to the demands of consumers who prefer modern ways of packaging. They are not as eye-catching as other market products. The products being indigenous and reflective of Eastern knowledge are considered inferior in the market economy. In a way, Rakesh failure exposes superficialities of corporate markets where the utility of product is concealed and their external features such as packaging are considered significant. The marketplaces show strict division on the basis of consumer choices. The narrow shops serving cheap food items are built on the one side of the road, and the migrants are segregated as they walk along the narrow lanes. And on the other hand, no shops were allowed because rich businessmen walk and watch the ships sailing in the inlet. They are differentiated due to lack of nationality and poor social economic background. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to present some of the aspect. I think I have some more things to say. Sir, have I time just 2 minutes?
You can take a couple of minutes, sir.
Yes, sir. There is one more aspect of circle of reason which I should comment on in brief. It talks about the colonization of science also. As there are two characters called Gopal and his friend who talk about the different attitudes to the science. There is one reference to phrenology, and with that I will stop. Phrenology was considered as a pure science in the Western countries, as it was a fertile ground to create racial superiority on the basis of the size of skull. But later on, when the process of subjugation of Eastern countries and African countries was over, it was it was considered, or it was later proved to be a pseudoscience or non-science. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Vakil sir. Now I request our audience, our participants to ask questions if they have any question to Mr. Vakil. Any question, any query that comes to your mind? Because Amitabh Ghosh is, of course, one writer who deals with especially many issues, I would say. And since the cultural milieu of most of his writings is from West Bengal, which experienced the Western ideas like no other place in India. It remained hub for quite some time, and this is where a great deal of, you can say, even the Renaissance and modernity, Western modernity, was also expressed even by the Indians. Sir, one concern is that when you're talking about the circle of reason, in your interpretation, and I also agree with you to a great deal, there are two things emerging here. The Western modernity, which has led to such kind of an economic system, and also the idea of globalization is also there, of course, because there is an idea of journey and displacement because of maybe pull factors, push factors, whatever. Do you think that Amitabh Ghosh is critiquing the Western modernity, which has subjugated people to the tyranny of such exploitation and at the same time of displacement also?
Uh, yes, sir. He is always critical of such tendencies. In an antique land, also, he talks about the very concept of slavery, which was uh, which uh, uh, which was considered at different level by the Westerners, and in the Eastern countries, Ghosh points out that it was a ladder to economic success. It was not a discriminatory practice. So this is one example where uh, to illustrate that Amitav Ghosh talks about the exploitation caused by Western modernity. He
Yeah.
also talks about the destruction of the indigenous trade at the hands of at the hands of the process of industrialization.
Right, and I think in Ghosh's writing, almost all his writings, the method of critique is the cultural portrayal and the way culture responds to all such discursive categories, like not outrightly engaging with the idea of maybe the nation state. Rather than that, he is in almost all his writing, he tries to express those cultural performances of characters through which they express their ambitions, transgressing maybe national boundaries, and even if we look at the Hungry Tide or Kolkata
Yes.
Chromosome. There's a great deal of cultural critiquing which is happening in Amitabh Ghosh's writing, and I totally agree with what you are saying here. Do you have anything else to share, sir, or if there is anyone else who would like to comment or contribute to this discussion? Right. This was a very good, a very well-written paper, sir, and very
Thank you, sir.
precisely and accurately you expressed your ideas. I thank you very much on behalf of the Department of
Sir,
English.
just 1 minute. I'm really thankful to organizer because uh, I have got a feast of some great intellectual discussions. Sir, to be very honest, I work at a remote place where we are suffered by lack of resources. So, and such seminars can bridge this gap. So I'm very, really very satisfied, sir. Thank you
Sure,
very much.
sure, sir. We would stay in touch, and thank you very much for participating in this conference. Now, I invite the last speaker in this session, Jasleen Kaur Nanda, and she is going to present her paper on political and cultural projections of nation in Marjan Satrapi's Persepolis.
Yeah, sir,
Ma'am, you're most welcome.
am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, you are. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First of all, congratulations. Wonderful papers by eminent scholars. So I really enjoyed the conference. And today I'm going to present my paper on political and cultural projections of nation in Marian Satrapi's Persepolis. Iran, and this is a little bit of historical perspective in the first section. So Iran as a nation witnessed a series of changes at the political, social, and cultural grounds as the revolutions by common people dominated the scenario in Iran at different periods of time. Uh, Riley Smith writes in his book Iran that sometimes Christians were friends of Iran's Shahs and sometimes they were foes. Raza Shah, Persia's new leader in 1925, was committed to westernization of the country. People were encouraged to follow Western lifestyle and veil was prohibited for women. Schools were modernized and free co-education introduced. Other political measures were taken to modernize the country, which was considered by the king an essential step towards the progress of the country. Until 1979, Raza Shah was condemned by majority of people of Iran for being a slave to foreigners. He spent the oil money of the country on latest American military technology, and he failed to meet the demands of Iranian people. Morgan Rosen writes in his thesis on Silent No Longer, Iranian Memoirs, Islamic Feminist Space. He writes, Raza Shah was fighting many conflicting battles in his struggle to modernize Iran, struggling against the West, taking advantage of Iran in oil concessions, while also wanting his country to be more modern, fighting with powerful mullahs and clerics and taxing the public heavily to furnish his building projects led to his eventual downfall, I unquote. Due to Islamic revolution that began in 1979, the king had to leave the country and Islamic fundamentalists came to power. Little did the people know that their existence would become worst. Extreme restrictions were imposed upon people and many were executed. I quote Morgan Rodson writes, Muhammad Raza Shah fell in 1979 and the Islamic Republic of Iran came into being. The leader of this revolution was a cleric named Ayatollah Khomeini who took little time to change nearly a decade of advancement. For women most markedly. Important laws enacted under the various leadership were quickly abrogated. The family protection law was abolished and the hijab was once again made mandatory. Memoirs written by Iranian women authors attempt to create Islamic feminist spaces. Women's rights in Iran and the question of democracy form an important part of the exploration of Iran through memoirs. Iran as a nation and the religion of Islam are identified and analyzed within the historical framework. The memoirs highlight not only the reimagining of the self, but also the invention of the other. Comparison between Eastern and Western cultures also brings forth a comparative study based on race, ethnicity, and culture. The binary opposition of two cultures is put forward as a force that separates their basic thinking and lifestyle. Persepolis, a graphic memoir by Marian Satrapi, highlights the political and cultural undertones in a country like Iran, where instability and chaos prevail. Satrapi, in her childhood, is full of enthusiasm for heroic activities and imagines her country as an ideal country. Her imagination projects patriotism as something extraordinarily heroic, in which martyrdom and sacrifice for the country play essential role. The martyrs leave a deep imprint on Satrapi's mind, who are her heroes. As she grows, she understands the nuances of political system and the corruption related to it. Her frustration due to pointless executions of rebellious citizens and restrictions imposed upon common people, especially women, brings her to the conclusion that fundamentalism can be very dangerous. After experiencing the cruel form of restrictions imposed upon women in the name of religion, the whole concept of nation changes in her mind. The propaganda of ruling fundamentalists of being patriotic and killing of many innocent people during wars, makes Satrapi think at a deeper level regarding the concept of nationhood as a whole. Benedict Anderson writes in Imagined Communities about such autobiographies. I quote, "These narratives are set in homogeneous empty time. Hence, their frame is historical and their setting sociological." The lifestyle of people of, I unquote, "the lifestyle of people of Iran had changed drastically within few days. Veil, which was prohibited during Raza Shah's rule, became compulsory for females. Little girls going to school had to wear veils, and they found them very uncomfortable as they were not habitual of them. The schools who were earlier co-ed were banned, and boys and girls found themselves separated from each other. The Islamic fundamentalists called it cultural revolution. They were against all the symbols that represented Western culture and capitalism." Benedict Anderson writes in Imagined Communities, I quote, "So often in the nation-building policies of the new states, one sees both a genuine popular nationalist enthusiasm and a systematic, even Machiavellian instilling of nationalist ideology through the mass media, the educational system, administrative regulations, and so forth." I unquote. Fear was generated in the minds of people as Islamic fundamentalists were very cruel to people who didn't follow them. Women who wanted their freedom back demonstrated in the streets against the wearing of veil. On the other side, there were also women who wanted veil to be made compulsory. Marianne Satrapi belonged to a modern family that believed in progressive thoughts and freedom to be promoted in culture. Marianne Satrapi builds her memoir in a historical framework in which her grandfather was the Prince of Iran and how he was imprisoned by the new king and how he died in the prison. Marianne's grandmother had to live life in poverty. The new king promised a lot, but never fulfilled those promises. People revolted against the king, and those who got killed during revolution were called martyrs. Finally, Raza Shah had to leave the country and Islamic fundamentalists came to power. People celebrated their victory, but the worst was yet to come. People started leaving Iran and settling abroad when they came to know about the cruelty of Islamic fundamentalist regime. The Islamic fundamentalists had started killing those people who went against them or whose ideology didn't match their ideology. The fundamentalist students took the Americans as their hostages, and the US embassy was occupied by them. The Ministry of Education closed the universities in order to overhaul the education system. I quote, "The educational system and what is written in school books at all levels are decadent. Everything needs to be revised to ensure that our children are not led astray from the true path of Islam." I unquote. People were helpless and they could only follow whatever was dictated to oppress them. The dress codes of men and women were designed by the rulers, and no one was allowed to betray their policies. There were open beatings and torture if people attempted to disobey them. Benedict Anderson, I again quote him because in this not being my core research area, I have just explored few books. So he writes in this book, the processes by which the nation came to be imagined, and once imagined, modeled, adapted, and transformed. I unquote. To make the matter worse, war began between Iran and Iraq. The chaos prevailed in Iran after war started. Many people became homeless. Young boys were sent to fight the war. I think those who have read about Iran, they know how young boys were sent to fight the wars under the pretext that they would go to heaven after becoming martyrs. A key to paradise. I mean, literally a key was used to hang around their necks. A key to paradise used to hang around their necks while going for fighting war. Benedict Anderson writes in this book, Imagined Humanities, about the willingness of people to die during wars and the concept of nation in their minds. I quote, "Finally, it is imagined as a community because regardless of the actual inequality and exploitation that may prevail in each, the nation is always conceived as a deep horizontal comradeship. Ultimately, it is this fraternity that makes it possible over the past 2 centuries for so many millions of people, not so much to kill as willingly to die for such limited imaginings. The girls in schools of Iran were lined up twice a day to mourn the war heroes who were dead. Funeral marches were carried, and females were supposed to beat their breasts during religious ceremonies. Men beat themselves brutally, sometimes even with chains. Young people were not allowed to gather for parties, and they were beaten with lashes if they were found doing that. Hefty amount of fine was imposed upon them, and even people were not allowed to keep wine in their homes. As Marianne was growing, she was becoming more and more daring. Sometimes she bunked classes and went around with her friends. She argued with her mother when she felt that she could not tolerate anyone's domination. The pointless killings of so many people during the war hurt Marianne deeply. She could not understand how people could be executed by Islamic fundamentalists just because they opposed the ideology of the regime. Marianne is sent to Austria for education, as her bold nature could be dangerous for her survival. After going to Austria, Marianne compares her Eastern culture with Western culture. There is a lot of freedom enjoyed by young people, which is not possible in Iran. She also faces discrimination as an Iranian living among whites. At last, Marianne decides to go back to Iran, and she has to wear the veil again. Gurudev Meher writes about the feelings of nostalgia for home country over here. It is relevant over here. So I quote, "Home becomes a site where one negotiates belonging and unbelonging in relation to cultural identity, which is firmly grounded in one's homeland. When individuals are uprooted from their houses, they experience strong sense of loss." After coming back to Iran, Marianne suffers from depression. If someone has read Lipstick Jihad by Azadeh Marwani, it also has similar kind of, conflict in mind, dilemma in mind. That is also a memoir by Azadeh Marwani. So over here also, she finds it very difficult to adjust with restrictions imposed upon women in Iran. And I quote, "It wasn't just the veil to which I had to readjust. There were also all the images." I'll skip some of the portion and I'll go to the next. How much time do I have? If you could please tell.
Ma'am, you can take another 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. So I go to the time when Marianne goes back to Iran after going to Austria. Most of the streets were renamed. She finds it very difficult to readjust in Iran. Most of the streets were renamed after the names of the martyrs, which was very disturbing for Marianne. While walking on the road, she felt as if she was walking through a cemetery. She felt as if she was surrounded by victims of war everywhere. The feeling of roaming on the streets of Iran was like walking with dead people. I quote from the memoir, "People don't know anymore why we have had 8 years of war, why their children have died. This entire war was just a big setup to destroy both the Iranian and the Iraqi armies. 8 years of war for nothing. So now the state names streets after martyrs to flatter the families of the victims. In this way, perhaps they'll find some meaning in all this absurdity." So this is, I unquote, Marianne found it very absurd that some mothers were claiming to be overjoyed by the death of their children. What kind of faith it was? The mothers believed that their children had gone straight to paradise after becoming martyrs. Again, there is a quote from Benedict Anderson's Imagine Communities, "Dying for one's country, which usually one does not choose, assumes a moral grandeur. For these are all bodies one can join or leave at easy will. Dying for the revolution also draws its grandeur from the degree to which it is felt to be something fundamentally pure." So I think when I was reading these books on Iran, I felt as if dying is something very common for these people. They choose death many times. So it was something really absurd. Marianne ponders, what do the countries get from wars? Lakhs of people get killed, many become disabled by the chemical weapons, and many lose their minds due to the explosions. There are orphans, widows, refugees, and material destruction everywhere. Benedict Anderson writes, nation, nationality, nationalism all have proved notoriously difficult to define, let alone to analyze, I unquote. Coming to almost the end of my paper, young girls living in Iran found a way to resist the oppression by Islamic fundamentalists. They wore makeup and Western clothes, which were prohibited. I'll quote from here, a part of me understood them. When something is forbidden, it takes on a disproportionate importance. Much later, I learned that making themselves up and wanting to follow Western ways was an act of resistance on their part. It was becoming, I unquote, it was becoming impossible for Marianne to follow the instructions which were imposed upon women. Stuart Hall writes in this book, Identity, Culture, Community, and Difference, about such ideological transformation. I quote, cultural identities come from somewhere, have histories, but like everything which is historical, they undergo constant transformation. Far from being eternally fixed in some essentialized past, they are subject to the continuous play of history, culture, and power, I unquote. Coming to the last part, Marianne asks herself whether it was right to tolerate curbs on freedom of thought and freedom of speech. Was her life really livable? The life of girls was completely different in private, and their lifestyle was totally different in public. They attended parties every night as an act of rebellion. So the restrictions imposed were like a curse on them. So coming to the end, Stuart Hall writes in his essay on encoding, decoding, which was written in 1973, he writes that these are the codes according to which receivers interpret and act after something is communicated to them. The people who follow hegemonic code follow the instructions as they are communicated, whereas the people who follow oppositional code oppose the policies that are communicated. So here, in the young people of Iran choose to follow oppositional code, and they don't follow the restrictions. Marianne decides to leave Iran in the end and settle abroad, as living under restrictions cannot be a part of her personality. And Homi Bhabha writes about this. And one last time, there is a return to the performance of the identity as attrition, the creation of the self in the world of the travel, the resettlement of the borderline community of migration, I unquote. And at last, Marianne's mother says to her, this time you are leaving for good. You are a free woman. The Iran of today is not for you. I forbid you to come back. I end my paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. This is indeed, I would like to thank you personally, because Persepolis is something which is maybe close to a lot of people's heart. It is an amazing text in terms of its boldness as well as aesthetics. More importantly, it's aesthetics, which is the way graphic is created and it is told.
My students enjoy this text.
Persepolis 2's translator is a personal acquaintance, Anjali Singh. She's worked on it. It is an amazing text, and maybe the text is, for me, it is never just about Iran. It always gives us a context in which we can think about how various ideologies, they infringe upon democratic and personal rights of the people, and sometimes it happens overnight, as it happened with satrapia. Sometimes it happens over a period of time. So there's always a context for all of us to be very conscious of how it works in terms of the way people and their choices are controlled, because in this case it is more about what she wants to practice or she used to practice. And there are endless stories, especially from Iran, where even tennis was banned. There's a particular player who was a good player in Iran, and then he had to move to France, where he represented France in Wimbledon, and he went on to play the final in doubles. So even tennis was not allowed. So, but nevertheless, Persepolis it's a very layered text, in the sense that it is not just about a woman, it is not just about a country, it is more than that. It always gives us those alarm calls that to beware of how the change comes and how it can unfold that we can never imagine. I would invite our participants to ask questions if they have any, and also if you have any queries, you can ask me.
Ma'am, sir, can I? Am I audible?
Ma'am, Anusha is a very bright PhD scholar at our department. And,
I was really impressed. Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am, good evening. Yeah, it's evening. Good evening.
Hello.
First of all, a wonderful paper.
Thank
As sir said, it's very close to many people's hearts.
Yeah.
And especially the ones who, read this diasporic literature. We often find, especially in terms of a female protagonist who
Yeah.
undergoes this diasporic
Women can, I think, understand much better.
Yes, yes, and there are several subtleties involved in representing her inner state. So even in case of Iran, obviously subtlety is something which comes forth very dynamically, and you see lots of, as sir said, aesthetics involved in the way in which things are presented for the audience, be it in their short films or be it in the novels. I just wanted to congratulate you on this paper. Personally, I don't have any other doubts or anything like that, but I felt that you have made a point on how any kind of mental or cultural oppression that any human being faces, it brings out a plethora of imagination and a variety of expressions which cannot which goes missing if you just skim through, but actually it's even the little instances can render lots of deep meaningful messages.
I
Thank you.
know there are so many texts in which
Yes.
I think we women can relate, we can understand, we can feel, and
Yes.
they are really a pleasure to read.
Yes, and this was reminding me of several other diasporic writers like that. So thank you so much. Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Anusha. You are a wonderful host.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else who would like to contribute or ask a question? Right, ma'am, I just have a proposition. Maybe you can give your opinion on it, or you can reject it as well, if, as you feel. I was thinking that, especially in the context of Marjane Satrapi's Persepolis, religion is one discourse which creates a homogeneous identity in terms of the nation state, and how at the end of the day it becomes very reductive for almost everyone, because in one sense, when she is talking about the people who are even willing to die for this particular identity with a lot of joy and happiness, it is at the end of the day it is subjugating. So in that sense, these homogeneous unified identities that the nation state often seeks, though as I growingly have started believing that there's a great deal of dismantling of these identities in our times because of globalization, and especially because of the virtual spaces. But do you think that all these homogeneous categories, those go back to once again modernity, like the way British tried to see India as European nations, where you have one language, one religion, and one ethnicity, to a great extent, that they tried to do through Fort Williams project of promoting Hindi from a point of time. Do you think these are some of the narratives, especially in terms of homogeneous identities, that we have to worry about, or we have to kind of accept them at the end of the day if we accept the nation state also?
Religion actually has been described in many books written on Iran, because I think, as you know, there were Christians and there were people who belonged to Islam religion. Both of them were there. Then earlier Christians were preferred, at the time of Raza Shah in Iran. Christians were, given importance. And suddenly, when Raza Shah left, suddenly, the Christians were executed, the fathers in the church were executed. So I think religion is something very important when we read about Iran. So, there was a drastic change when suddenly so many Christians were just executed because they were Christians during the time of after 1980. Like, so obviously, I can't think about it as homogeneous, but yes, I think most of the killings that have taken place in the world are due to religion. And I really think that, although I can say that I've just read it, I'm not an expert on it, but yes, over in Iran especially, religion plays a great role in their politics. Yes.
Elsewhere also, ma'am, whatever you have just said, it reminds me of Richard Dawkins' "The God is Not Great," which is a proper account of how maybe because of religion, more people have been killed than the World War First and to include it. Historically, right, he gives this account and he's a biologist, but that would be a digression. Thank you very much, ma'am. I very much enjoyed. I hope all the participants also enjoyed your presentation. We come to the end of this session, and as the chair, I must express my thankfulness and gratitude to all the participants. I personally enjoyed it, and it was a very diverse session in which we went from nostalgia of the diasporic people to sports nationalism in Sweta's paper, and then Mr. Vakil, he gave us a glimpse into Amitabh Ghosh's critique of nationalism and transnational boundaries, and finally it ended with Jaslin Kaur-Nandaji's article or a presentation on Persepolis to describe how things, when it comes to the nation state, they change sometimes overnight, and how a woman, a protagonist, she's dealt with it in her personal life as well as in the graphic novel. These are some of the forms of narrative when it comes to nations, and these are the forms of existential experiences that we as people and character often go through. And when I say character, I mean sometimes, let us accept it, all literature people, we live with the characters we read about, or we as we read certain texts, right? These narratives are definitely going to contribute or add to the debate that we have been having for the last 2 days, and this particular session is one step ahead in creating or generating a discourse in which we can create a more inclusive discursive category to understand the nation state, and we can overcome many of the prejudices and preconceived notions that we may have had. I thank one and all to participate in this session. At 4:30, we have the valedictory and Thanksgiving session, in which there is scope for remarks by delegates also. I would request all of you to please be present and give your feedback. It is very important for all of us to improve in future. Hopefully, we will also be organizing offline conferences if things go well. And your feedback and your participation in the valedictory session would help us move forward in future. The organizing committee, and on behalf of the Department of English, Dr. Prithviraj, I express my gratitude, and thank you very much, each one of you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
you.